Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another coding stream. Although one of the things I got to do is see whether my laptop is failing to work today. I'm a little bit anxious because it's turning itself off and on, and I don't like that one bit. No, I don't. But I guess one thing at a time. I'm on a little bit late because I was running around this morning noticing that my habit of keeping a bunch of bananas around, and then once they get banana bread style ripe, smushing them up and freezing them, and they become like ice cream except for way cheaper. And I'm doing a lot of things along those lines because everything's getting much dicier. Although I can't say I am paying my bills. I'm floating bills using a credit card to do it, which I didn't used to have to do. But the stuff that isn't intended to have you money riding on it is all paid. So still kind of sort of good. It's a good day to dive into working really hard on stuff, though. This is why it's dismaying me that I'm seeing this flash on and off. Let's see what it looks like when we switch over to it. So this is the thing that was blinking. I want to find out whether it continues to blink or whether it's fine. I've also made a cup of coffee, and I had a cup of coffee and a cup of espresso this morning. So I am good to go, charging ahead during what actually is no longer 5 hours of stream. I said I was going to do a long stream today, but honestly, when I did a long stream on Tuesday, it was exhausting. And maybe I don't have that, at least not after doing the dumpster thing, first of all. And then following that up with, I'm running around doing like spring cleaning like stuff, haven't gotten rid of so much. So one of the things I'm doing is bringing books to the drum room, because the drum room, I back up every month. Granted, you could back up more often than that, but I don't really evolve things that quickly. There is also the GitHub repository, which is where everything ends up being. So that also counts as a backup. It's like Linus Torvalds is like, I have backups. They are everybody else's computer. I'm not quite that hardcore, but if anything, if this is actually flashing rather than it just, because it does a thing where if I unplug the connection into streaming, it will flash and it will make a different size, because we can do this. This is the displays thing. And HDMI to USB is a television output. Color LCD, it actually seems to be displaying at native value. Although I could also, this will make it flash again. This is what it used to do, where everything is kind of repositioned and everybody gets blurry vision rather than only stream. Which is kind of like fair, right? So we've told it to do that, and you're able to see it slightly better than before. Native LCD is 1440 by 900. I'm telling it to, in fact, resample. Also, I don't understand why it's now sending 780p. Surely we can send 1080. Let's see what we do. Okay, I guess that's just what you have to do in order to, I thought I could do it at this lower res, but then it just started sending an even lower res than that. But it looks like OBS is able to figure out what it's meant to figure out. Good enough, whatever. It's honestly, it's just been that kind of day. I arranged to have firewood delivered tomorrow. That's going to be tough. Partly just after I've got the dumpster business disposed of, now I am immediately loading upon myself another day for waiting for people to come and have to interact with them. Honestly, if I had been just only coding or derping around on the internet, and the internet is less fun than it used to be, I'll tell you, but if I had only been doing that in recent days, I would have physically recovered a little bit from all the dumpster follies. Except for what I'm doing is running up and down stairs all day long carrying books. So I'm still physically a little bit wrecked. Not totally wrecked. Not in lots of pain or anything. But I am doing a bunch of exercise and also kind of trying to, in the same way that I threw out condiments because they're with the dumpster there, I'm also going through like stuff that's approaching its expiration date. So I have been, through no wish of my own, consuming far more wheat than I should. I'm not actually celiac. I can actually survive eating wheat, and it's fine. It doesn't sit well with me. I don't like it. And tacos have become like flour tortillas rather than the corn tortillas I would prefer, because I wasn't able to buy the corn ones the last 2 times I went to the store. They simply weren't there. And it's a shame because they were really economical, but maybe that's why they're gone. There's still empty space for them on the shelf. But that combined with dinner yesterday was just canned spaghetti with hamburger. And I've cut down the amount of hamburger that I get to have. It's now down to 4 ounces. One thing about it, though, I'm supposed to be losing weight for my health. Well, I've got down from, like, when I started doing that, which was a long time ago, I topped out at about 208 pounds, which was too much. Well, I'm down to about 168. So I am a styling guy. I have the movie star looks, what with exercising and managing my diet. And you know, this screen is actually not flashing on and off now. So I feel like I could almost move ahead and start doing my work for the day. That would be good. I wanted to catch people up on what I was doing because everybody who shows up this early is curious as to how I'm doing. I can actually show you one of the things I was doing pre-stream. What with keeping bananas around for a frozen snack, I have been getting more fruit flies than I like. So I've repurposed a peanut jar with a special top with the hole in it, and it's like an inverted cone for the purpose of trapping fruit flies. And I've got another one which is developed differently over where the bananas are actually at. I'll see whether that works, but I'm just going to leave this around. And it's got a little bit of soap in the water and technically a little bit of Gatorade and a little bit of honey, if I remember correctly, just to have some sugary stuff in there. Maybe I'll take pieces of banana and float it in there later. But the idea is that this hopefully can be a passive trap for dealing with that situation, and only because I find it annoying and distracting. And we carry on. I'm thinking about some of my internet stuff this morning that I was doing. I was on Hacker News, which is the Y Combinator forum website. And I got quite sucked into conversations to the point where I hit the Hacker News wall of, you're posting too often, stop, take a breath, go and touch grass. And it didn't seem to me that I was posting that much, but I'm sure that they're ramping that up on the basis of the amount of AI that they're getting hit with. And that was the subjects of the conversations I got into. I got into conversations relating to some of the toxic effects of AI as it's affecting the Y Combinator people, the hackers developing all of these things. It was pretty interesting. Somebody on Blue Sky mentioned an article that they'd read where there was this name that seems to be associated with clockmakers and lighthouse keepers that AI keeps throwing out there. It's constantly talking about that. I don't remember the name now, which is probably good because I shouldn't use it. But I was like, oh my God, band name, perfect. Because I would like to be the sort of persona of a tinkerer, inventor, clockmaker, lighthouse keeper type of person. So if AI is just dead set on, that's what that means, I could adopt that name. And then AI would be like, this person must be like one of those. And that would be pretty funny. Put out music under that band name. Mind you, there's plenty of people who are already using it for AI-generated things. So maybe that wouldn't be a good idea. But yeah, you get swept up in things like that and all distracted. And part of my work has to involve being distracted and just kind of decompressing. It's like my peers working with AI actively now, where they are trying to use that stuff to make all of their own things much, much faster. But they're hitting a kind of wall in terms of evaluating what the machine spits out, because not all of it is good and some of it is useless. And so they have to be able to engage. And they're finding it's difficult to engage on a high enough level where you can actually evaluate what's happening. And a lot of people simply don't. Anyways, the looper idea that I was talking about is something that I would not mind getting into. I'd like to try generating that. I have my little notes for stuff that I'd like to work on. The vertical stuff here, or the horizontal stuff that's vertical in this orientation, is the changes that I made on Counterpart. And I'm thinking I'm going to not attempt to work on Counterpart again today because it sucked me in too hard. It's a good sign when it does, but it sucked me in too hard. And one of the things on that note card, I can read it off. In fact, I will read it off. Here's the list of stuff that I'm not going to be working on today because I need to get Console X3 up and running. Circuit bend 10 delays, undersample delay, Pand 8AT, tone filter clip organ, Freya, another style of Bezier, Mere delay, not reconstruct as far, or more delay, not reconstruct as far, symbol/phase shove, finer resolution distance, grains starting with pitch shifter, Bezier up, upward compression, not as in ought with upward compression, Bezier ribbon stereo surface, speaker cap wooden box, kick drum wooden box, K sunset chamber, a possible next reverb to do, now that I'm ready to do K Rockstar. K sunset chamber also includes notes of VH guitar, JT fire and rain, SBJ, I don't remember what SBJ means, dual plus minus offset saturation. In other words, have it be unbalanced. And echo jam verb flow tempo. That's waiting to happen too. That would be using a similar code as the speaker cab or kick drum wooden box. And that's not even counting the other page. And the other page is largely visual notes on how I would arrange Console X3. Ways that I could put that into practice. and ways to organize the positioning of the EQ code on a 5-position switch, like a strat switch. But there could also be use for simply going by 3-position switches, or some other kind of... See, I have to invent an interface element that I can do along those lines, where the GUI version of Console X3, and I have a special reason for that now. So, and also I have something I've forgotten. I forgot to post the Forbidden. Will you look at that? Look, it's my shame. I did not post the Forbidden music. Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and hey, here's another riff. Talking for like 10 minutes. I forgot to post that, I'm sorry. I'll post it before the weekend. I'll post it like Friday. This is just how things are now. Everything is a little too overwhelming and I can't keep up. But I do have worthwhile things to do today. So we shall see. But yeah, no, I did not post that. Analog saturation and its effect on stereo signals, mostly due to thermal differences. Because, okay, you're not finished saying that. No engine in their right mind would, presumably, something. Would try to have different resistor values for an amp. I do not believe minor variations in all of the things are what give people a analog feel versus a digital feel. I do not believe in the slightest that just varying that stuff slightly so that other channels aren't actually matched anymore. I don't think that's it. I really don't. I never have. I think you could have analog circuitry, and if you lucked out and everything matched perfectly and was exactly what it was supposed to be, it would still sound awesome. Think about it. Supposing you had a mixing board, and like you flipped a coin and bonked the side of it with a tire iron, and just magically, through the little changes in all the physical circuitry from taking a blow to the side of the mixing board, everything just magically, accidentally lined up so that it was all literally, perfectly, exactly what it was supposed to be. Would that then start sounding bad? I would suggest not. I don't think that would sound bad. I also feel like... Do you find I am too loud in the last 2 streams? I'm constantly having to fool around with the settings of the Blackmagic camera, and I couldn't tell you what is up with these things, that they're not consistent. But they seem to be wildly not consistent. Or I could simply assume that the A10 Mini Pro is the one that's not being consistent. So if I do that, I theoretically bumped the volume level, and it may or may not remember it. But yeah. So I'll have taken my output volume down by a tiny amount. Maybe I'll simply do that, at least for streams. I can't really do it for the weekend recordings because those aren't running through an A10 Mini Pro. But as long as I am running through one, I might as well use its little gain controls. I can't even see what it did because it's just controls on the interface that I can't tell what they do. But one of them is the gain level on the microphone, and I've used that. I do not believe I have an auto gain control on anything. Like I can go to here. This is what I'm using. Here's the setting that we're at. If I go to filters, we're not using filters. This is the thing, because if I turn this on, and then if I turn it back on, here we are. And properties, this is the thing it's meant to be. So we've effectively got nothing happening on this. It's just exactly what we thought it was. Oh, and then here's a little more, but I don't, advanced audio properties. Yeah, so this is what's coming in. And we've got no alterations and no controls and no audio monitoring. And all of that stuff is just what it's supposed to be. So it seems fine. We'll just live with it. I'll tell you what. We do the best we can. That's going to become increasingly important, I'll tell you. This rolling with things and doing the best we can, that's going to become more and more important every week, every month, every year, because things are simply going to decline. I ran into somebody on Blue Sky who I hadn't seen post for a while, and they were like, wow, I don't really post to social media much anymore and things are fine. Maybe that's just the way it is. And I was like, yeah. Social media is only going to get worse. Connection with internet things is only going to get worse because we're on a path of degradation. Some of it's on purpose and malicious, but some of it is just side effects of malicious or unhelpful things that people are doing. And then the end result, you're not wrong. A resistor could indeed turn nonlinear. Again, I don't believe for a second that these things being different from each other are the magic bullet for making things sound like wonderful analog and such. But at the same time, lots of things are nonlinear. I've mentioned Andy from Cytomic, Andy Simpson, and again, he's really good. He doesn't do things quite the way that I do them because what I'm doing is always trying to find the simplest digital path towards accomplishing the desired result, and then combining as many things as I can along those lines so that I'm doing minimal processing to get what I consider to be important. And there are a variety of things that are important. Some of them are like saturation and distortions. And if you do a particular kind of saturation, which is soft saturation, like sines and things, I have a plugin coming out called Longhand that's going to be signed on my way, even more than pure saturation. But if you are doing saturations and you don't have a sudden change in behavior, it's only going to add harmonics one at a time. So you're mostly not going to get troubled with unpleasant aliasing frequencies. If all of your frequencies are completely infinite out to the Nyquist frequency, then you will always have a certain amount of it, but not all sounds slam you with hypersonic sound at all times. In particular, if you enjoy sounds that are slightly distant, sounds from like, this noise is supposed to sound 4 feet away, or this person should sound like he is 18 inches from my ears rather than down my ear canals and scraping the surface of my eardrums. If you like the idea of a human being there 18 inches away from you rather than literally on the surface of your eardrum, that is already enough to handle some aliasing problems, especially if you're running 96K. If you're running 96K, there are a lot of things in soft saturation that won't give you aliasing problems because the kinds of noises you might work with, like human apparently 18 inches away, guitar amplifier apparently 4 feet away, those can be fine. It's perfectly fine to have a guitar that sounds like a big, loud, noisy thing, but it's 4 feet away, or 16 feet away in a place. those are legitimate sounds. We can be fine with sounds like that. Also, guitar amplifiers don't necessarily generate that much in the way of super high frequency sound, unless you intentionally make them be that way. And then the drums. What if you want to hear drums, but you want to hear it like, oh my God, I don't dare get any closer to that guy. He's beating the hell out of the drums 10 feet away. Sounds like that are perfectly legitimate. And if they don't need to sound like they're on the surface of your eardrum, like hyperpop and stuff, then you don't have to worry as much about them generating all manner of aliasing through normal amounts of saturation, if it's soft saturation. Hard clipping always generates aliasing frequencies no matter what. You just have a 100% clip, a hard clip, like a silicon style clip. That's always going to generate highs. But it doesn't necessarily mean that everything that you do in that area is going to be a problem that way. MC Mutt 8909, I have. Look into the, I think Purist console is, yeah, there's Purist console versions where those are pretty straightforward. I can look up for you if you want. Let's look this up. Come to think of it, hang on. Maybe you're going to be more interested in upcoming. So if I go through and start looking stuff up, you can go to MacAU, which is where these things come from. I had been looking up something to do with density. So Purist consoles 2, 3, and 4. And we'll have a quick look at what the bus versions of those are, and that should give me a pretty clear idea as to whether they also have filtering things in them. So Purist console bus 2 we're doing a direct filtering biquad, so you don't want this one. Purist console 2 is doing a high frequency filter. Purist console 3 is becoming some form of arcsine thing. I'm assuming that Purist console, there's not that many instances of that though, so that is more like, it's another primitive one. It's not necessarily literal arcsine. You could try that for a simple, if you're looking for simple versions with less going on, that might actually be the one you want. And then this is a, this is the one that is to be coming out. So this is the one that's doing the longhand technique. It's doing an arcsine, and it's doing an arcsine that is just being generated by a Taylor series. So arguably that's even cleaner than using the math function. And it looks like we even have the original. I'm assuming that came out. Let's see what we've got there. And there you are. Okay, so if you want the very simplest form of this, you should try Purist console original. That has no filtering, that has no change in saturation, that's straight up arcsine. And if we go to Purist console channel, that ought to be just only sine. In fact, that is so primitive that it doesn't even clip at the top of saturation. This one will wavefold if you go into it too hard. So this is probably the one you want, MC Mutt. This is the one where the least is happening. And let me go and double check. I showed you Purist console 4, which is more sophisticated than that. But I can go back to the list of retro Mac AUs. And yep, it's in the list. This is out in every format that I cover. And that's probably the one you want. So there you go. Back to Coding Stream. But yeah, the thing that Andy Simpson is doing at Cytomic is he's been working really hard, not just back in the day, like not just for when he made the glue or whatever. He continues to work on studying how physical transistors and circuits interact with each other. So he's got some sort of good way of measuring these things to the point where he's doing some really interesting measurements. I wonder whether I've got anything like that. Probably not on this computer, because some of these things I would have copied it over and been like, I wonder if I can model that in a simpler way. Presumably not. Guess I don't have that. But it's the sort of thing I would look into. And here is another thing for me to look into. So what I basically need to do here is go through all of my filtering and compression and bring them up to speed with these ones that are coming out. It needs to have BESIQ 4 rather than any previous version. It needs to have Dynamics 3, the current version of Dynamics 3, rather than the 2 previous versions I've done trying to make all of this stuff work better. Dynamics 3 has been a journey, I tell you. Like, I came out with Dynamics 2, I think, last year, and that was what was going on for the most recent version of Console X2. And I had it going on for that, and then I've done so much to get more out of it. And every time I thought I was done, I would try something else, and it would make it insanely better. Like, on the one hand, I'm pretty sure while I was in the process of, because I changed it over from having a gate built into it to building in a ratio control, because my dry-wet stuff works as a ratio control. And so I had a whole version of Dynamics 3 set up, and it was doing the thing where, like, I think attack was 0.618, and then release defaulted to 0.382 being the mean variables on these things, because I had it set up where that was fine, like that was making a good sound. And then the dry wet was also defaulting to 0.618 because that made it go slightly off of full ratio. Except for the way the Bezier compressor was working, it wasn't actually working like that. It wasn't actually giving me a limiter, so it was slightly false advertising, claiming that that was a ratio control. And in fact, I wasn't calling it a ratio control. I'm pretty sure I was calling it dry-wet. It just serves that purpose. But no sooner did I do that than I started experimenting with having the degree of compression also modify the dry-wet. That turns it into a variable ratio compressor. And that's what VariMu is. And so I ended up making, like, we know this as Fairchild 570, of course. So I was doing my little baby Fairchild, and of course it wasn't sounding like a Fairchild because it doesn't have all of the different kinds of tube saturations and things built into it. I think I've ended up with a bit of soft saturation in the final result after all, just to trap peak stuff that was too hot, especially as I continued it. But I started building in that variable mu, and that's when it started sounding way more amazing than it did. And I'm like, this now sounds incredible on drums. I could do like wildly explosive, like Led Zeppelin grade explosive sounds, or Beatles at their best explosive sounds off of doing this and then running the output into tape hack, which is part of Console X, of course. And that meant I got a revised Dynamics 3, so I had to throw away what I already had built and was ready to come out because I was busy doing that. Then I'm thinking, well, what if I had inv dry wet instead? Surely there should be a reason to use it in reverse so that I could have a expandy type behavior. And then I jump back in, having a working version with the very Muse style behavior and the dry wet control and stuff. And I'm thinking, well, but then the dry wet, it's perfect to have the dry wet instead become an inv wet. And people know what that is, but you'll also assume that if you're going for inverse of compression, you're probably doing expansion. And I start working with that, and it starts requiring completely different code for applying it. And I hack away at it like mad, and I start getting results. Again, this is where the soft saturation enters into things, because it dirties things up a little bit, but it also catches when, with the expansion, threshold becomes the degree to which the expansion blows up the output. And so if I put a soft saturation on that, you can end up going into super hot distortion, or indeed wavefolded super hot distortion, and get very usable sounds out of it, rather than it just blowing up and ruining your day. And I already had a version of Dynamics 3. Like what we're looking at here could be any variation on those things. I'm not even sure what this is anymore. All I know is it's something, but it's probably not what I'm using. So this is now for me to firstly look into my code here and verify what kind I'm using. And I'm using the stereo build. So there's that. And then we've got stuff like a control smoothing engine, because now Console X3 is going to run that smooth control that's part of the new Purist Console 4, if I remember correctly. Yeah, doing my best. I'll do my best with all of this. So all of these things will be getting a smoothing control, where they are now Bezier smoothing with a smooth control that can default to something that runs basically normally. And then you can also make it so that all the controls respond more gently. And that also improves the CPU efficiency of the whole entire plugin, because rather than having to generate all of this stuff every single buffer size, maybe it's only generating new value. It's only scanning for new values, effectively, is what we're talking about, like 3 times a second. If you have a really gradual smooth in between positions, it could be pulling the controls that slowly and it would be fine. Some of the classic analog consoles were running automation and stuff, and they weren't necessarily pulling the controls every 60th or 30th of a second. They were maybe going slower than that. That's pretty trivial to do here. And it will potentially make it so that if you're programming in stuff in the DAW in order to get the sounds and settings to chase what you told them to be, you don't get to snap to instant sounds. You don't necessarily get to have it instantly react to audio regions coming in. If it's parking the plugin and then resetting it based on the new region happening, it might require behavior where audio regions begin before your sounds happen, as if you were recording stuff on tape and you roll tape, and then once the tape is rolling and the audio region exists, then you make a sound. Do that this way and it's guaranteed to have reached the sound that you want, unless you have a very slow chase. But it ought to do the job. One can only hope. So yeah, we've got this where we've got this parameter, param EQP, and I've worked it out in such a way that it has a 5-position switch. So it's going to run these things. And it'll iterate through them, but it's only going to iterate over the ones that belong in that instance. And then we've got Dynamics 3, and this is the part that I have to check up on now. I have to make sure this is the correct instance of Dynamics 3, which this does not look like what I'm currently running. This is an older one. So given that I'm doing a stereo version of it, I think I have to go and look up the stereo version. And my audio unit version is not a stereo version. My audio unit version, if I'm not mistaken, and I'll check and see, is N2N. Let's see whether that's true. You have two choices. So I can use the audio unit version of it, but there's also an N2N. And you know that one because it says Dynamics 3 mono. But I am also running a stereo because sometimes you need to have the stereo version react and have it be linked stereo, and that's what we're doing here. So let's go and check our H file. It looks very much like the H file is the same, but that's not any different. So we're good with that, which means the reset is also unchanged. But then we have a bunch of other stuff in here and up here. Fortunately, the way that I've described these things means that some of it looks to me like some of it is in one place and some of it is in another. And I'll tell you why that would be. That would be because I'm setting up some of it at the beginning of each buffer processing, and I'm setting up some of it with the smoothed functionality. That is desirable, it's just made my life more difficult. But if I can sort it out this one way, I can go and set it up for each of the console 3 builds that I need to do with it. That's the next thing in the order of business, is figure out which parts of this have to sit in the buffer and which parts of this have to sit in the smoothed. I'm almost certain to be able to figure that out before 5. So I'll get to have my tacos regardless. That, and I may or may not need to update BezEQ. I'm not sure whether I do or not. We'll find out. I'll go and check it. I'll see whether it's different. Because if you remember, the new version of BezEQ is also an upgrade. The previous version of BezEQ was using the same steepness for its roll-offs, except for it doesn't actually use a steepness, it's a Bezier filter. But the part that's different is that it can not use as much of the Bezier filtered part to subtract in order to make the high pass. And if it doesn't fully subtract what it's supposed to, that will actually make it act like it's rolling off slower. So that is for later today. figuring out whether the BES-EQ needs to be updated for these. Right now, the job is looking at this new version of density, which is able to not only do a dry-wet or a ratio control, but is also able to do expansion, and that's going to be really helpful, especially when you get up to using the expansion to get a sort of Gaidy-like effect, because this is a different Gaidy-like effect than if you were modeling like KEPX in an SSL mix or whatever. Back in the day, SSL gave you the ability to put gating on everything as well as compression on everything and sort of all of the above. And it would clean up a bunch of sounds, because if they were percussive sounds, you could put your KEPXs on them and then the gate would slam shut and it would make things a little bit more staccato. It would clean things up a little bit, make them a little drier, which wasn't what you necessarily had at any previous time. And that's part of the sound of things like, I don't know, NXS or whatever, is in the 80s, people started running with stuff like that and having the gating on all the channels and whatever. But this isn't going to act like that, because this is also like gating, except for it's more like expansion combined with distortion if you needed it to be. And as a result, you can sort of dial in both squishing stuff with compression, but also you can expand stuff with expansion to make it punchier and lean into like a bit of a saturated kick with things. And dialing in a certain amount of that is probably going to be really powerful. One of the things that I've been doing in recent days, which is why I'm so freaking scattered all the time and can't do this simple job, is because there's too much on my mind. But it's not like it's in a bad way, because some of it is cool stuff to have in your mind. And one of the things is I took some time going through a bank of old CD recordables. I keep finding older and older ones, and taking advantage of the fact that the computer you're seeing, the computer which this code is on, is a vintage MacBook running Snow Leopard. And its old CD drive is able to read some of the CDRs that the drive that I plug into my modern machine can't. The drive that I plug into the modern machine is able to deal with things like Blu-ray, and it's able to save stuff like 25 gigs at a time to an optical disc, but it can't necessarily read these old discs. And I found one of those discs that had captures from my ADAT. It had a batch of little songs. There was a song of mine called Every River Hits the Sea that never made it to anything. And there was a song called Superman, which was part of Loudest's Memorial Mixathon, a good 20 years or so ago. A man named Loudest, who was a sound engineer, who was friends with a bunch of other sound engineers of the day, and did a lot of great work. And then he passed on, and a bunch of the ranking professionals of the industry were real sad about that. But they got together and did this mixathon, which was, here's some vocals from one of his projects that's never going to come out now, and we have the right to fool with these. Go and remix them, overdub stuff onto it, make something, and we'll have a mixathon, and you can do whatever you like with it, and then post what you made. And I overdubbed bass, drums, and a couple of guitars, and did this really weird little track that a bunch of these professionals actually kind of liked. They were like, this is the weirdest thing ever, but I kind of love it. Neat. Good job, Chris. And this is like 20 years ago. That was a lot of fun. I have those tracks. I not only have the mix down, because you've heard it occasionally before, but I have the tracks. I could do a remix of that with my current stuff. And then there's a track for Cape, which was another mixathon type thing on the internet back in the day. Judy, where I was allowed to overdub like some guitars to that project. and I tracked guitars, and then the final mixer ended up burying them in the mix because they were a little bit abrasive. They were similar to what you were hearing on that Astronomical Units track, but the amount of attention that they pulled a little more attention than you needed them to. So the balance of that was basically fine if it wasn't a metal track that people buried them in the mix. But I was told years later, yeah, you know something? I remembered the guitar overdubs that you did. They were good hooks. It would stick in my mind and I'd be like, wow, that was cool. I've got the multi-tracks for that. I could do a remix of that. And then there was something called Crime, Traffic, and Noise, which was out of that kind of project, but I don't think it ever came out. So I've got a bunch of multi-track masters from my old ADAT. The only thing I'm sad about, and I'd love to get this solved at some point, I don't know what it's going to take, and there's no way to do this right now. I can't budget for doing this right now, but I got to get a hold of an ADAT so that I can bounce all of my old multi-tracks to like 8-track masters in the DAW so that I could do a remix of it using Console X3. And then people could watch how I work with something like that. And that would be great. I could see that actually being a thing. That's worth doing for when the time arrives and when I have this built, which is currently not right now, clearly. So here's what we're doing. We're going to study which of these things are different. That's different. That's POW 1 minus 04, etc. 4.0, and its max that or is 0. So to bring this up to speed, we then multiply that by 4 instead of 5. Divided by 2, blah, 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 0.375. That part's actually still the same. We're reusing stepped, but that part's fine. That's the same. Bez trim is the same. Okay, slow res is this different? Yeah, with the new version, we're doing 0.4, where previously we did 0.5. No other change. Fair enough. And then we've got a inv dry. That ain't necessarily a stepped element. So effectively what I just saw was, in order to use the current version of Dynamics, I have to go and find these, the Bez res and the slow res, and the only part that changed is 0.5 gets changed to 0.4. That's a good start. That's such a good start that I can go and find it on these other ones as well and see what I can do there. Let's see if I need to change you. Stepped elements. So 0.4, and slow res also gets 0.4. We'll hit save, and let's go and also check pre, which is going to be a mono version because this is the audio unit. I use pre for audio unit because you can use the console version of that as an N2N. And so if you use just pre, you get to use it as N2N. Save that, and we're off and running. We have now updated every single one of these where the stuff that is calculated per buffer now matches what there is in Dynamics 3. Here's a start. Don't mind me moving my windows. Now let's see what anything has to be changed in the Bezier smoothing version. Do you have audio from piano recording and isolate the right-handed melody from the left-hand bass? No, I do not. I do not have a technique or plugin recommendation for doing that, no. So over to the smoothed aspects. We've done the stepped elements. It says 0.4. That was the only part that was different. It's going to be using attack and release and such rather than what it says here. So that's a change I'm going to have to stay on top of. Here we go. Over shit's water. Enough coffee for today. Honestly, I feel if I get a chance to rest up eventually one of these weeks, I'll probably sound less like a pile of garbage when I stream. I drink all that coffee with cream and stevia in it and so on. And I'm not on my preferred diet. I'd like to have my corn tortilla shells. I'd like to be more on my rice and chicken based dinner rather than going through these freaking spaghetti and meatballs or whatever. I got to get rid of some. There's one further thing that I'm trying to work through in terms of stuff that I have stashed away that I don't want to keep around anymore. And that is a remaining container of Kraft macaroni and cheese in my fridge. I've been known to keep Kraft macaroni and cheese around so long that it goes off. And I'm not talking the macaroni going bad. I'm talking there have been times I kept enough of that around and took so long to get to it that the cheese stuff turned green. And I had to throw it all away. This isn't going to be like that. Instead, I've been keeping this in like my salad section of my fridge because it was like, okay, let's get one of those 4 packs of this, and then I mostly won't eat any of it. Well, I did that, but then I didn't eat any of it, and now I've got 1 box of it left. And I want to get through that, and that's going to be an entire day's worth of food. But at the same time, I don't want every meal that I make for a week to be using wheat. Don't like it. I don't like it. Even if it's like a comfort food. I don't like leaning on that. I don't think it's good for me. Anywho, stepped elements. We're looking at stepped elements, but we can zoom down to here. It's bus. So this is the console 9 calculations, which are being used for all of these things, makes them all interchangeable every version of console X is interchangeable with every other version of console X, and then it's also interchangeable with console 9, and it's interchangeable with console H. So you can swap in a channel strip from whichever you're using. And if they're all using this technique, it will work exactly the same. That's on purpose. However, this part gets different. So let's see what we've got. Looks like there's a Bez thresh control in here. And we're not actually using this anymore. That implies this version of console X3 expects to see the enum for producing that stuff. Am I even using the... Yeah, man, this is all different. Fascinating. Okay. So that's actually a bunch of changes right there. Oh, no, wait, no. No. I stand corrected. No. No, what we're looking at is not what we've got here. This is simply the assigning values to the control. So this isn't where we calculate them at all. If you follow me, I don't know whether you follow me. I have to follow me. So this is what this means. I'll talk my way through it. And then this is the kind of thing that one might do if you were doing this thing yourself. Ooh, forgot a cake under the cake dome. Oh, no, I have a cake dome. One of the plastic things I have in my kitchen is a big old wide, I guess it's a pie dome, honestly. A plastic thing that is basically a cake dome. But the reason I have it is because there was a time, probably 20 years ago, maybe only 10 years ago, when I got heavily into making my own pizzas. So I would make actual pizza dough, and I kept like sourdough starter around, and I made dough for my own pizzas, and then put, I don't remember whether I was trying to make my own tomato sauce, but I put my own tomato sauce and cheese on there, and then would cook it in an oven that I had as hot as I possibly could make it. And I was able to make some badass pizzas back in the day. And so I have a cake dome, but it's actually a pizza dough dome. The challenge I would have with that is I have a pizza dough transfer object. And when I say transfer object, what I mean is it's a wooden slab that's big enough for typical pizza sizes, maybe not a huge one. And it has cloth on either side of it and a place where you can cinch the cloth in to form a sort of pulley around the wooden plate. And then you can pick wet dough up with it or deposit it on a pizza stone that way. And it could probably do with the cloth being put through the wash or whatever, but it's in mostly fine shape. But yeah, I hear you about you don't want to end up forgetting about the cake. And then there's the dome, but there is an entire ecosystem under the dome. It's a terrifying situation. Anyways, what I'm talking about here is this is Bezier, and then it's using enums inside Bezier, like Bezier thresh A, but I'm not finding Bez comp, which is what Dynamics 3 expects to see. But that's for good reason. It's because this entire routine, expensive control calculations, is all for generating a moving control position. And the moving control position is what gets fed into this. What we have here, which is what I was looking for. I was looking for, where do we have this stuff? How can I make it be exactly the same on the console X stuff? I was looking in the wrong place for this. I was looking in the Bezier control smoothing section, and that's using an entirely different array and an entirely different enum with all of this stuff built in. But the only parts that I'm actually going to be trying to use are thresh and ratio. Because ratio is like the dry wet, and thresh is an amplitude-oriented thing. A great session for Airwindows Pizza. There will come a day. What I need to do first is eat properly for a week, doing things like making chicken and rice for dinner, or getting on it this entire time when I've been working through those flour tortillas, the wheat-based tortillas that I don't want to be eating. When I went and bought those, I did have an alternative. It was just more expensive. This is flour tortillas from the same place that makes the corn ones, and I don't know why they haven't been able to get the corn ones into stores. But I bought them anyway because they were the small size I wanted. But at the same time, there were more expensive ones that I could have bought that were actually corn-based tortillas. It's just that they were some kind of highfalutin fancy pants version. And the ones I was buying were La Bande. And the reason I liked them was they were cheaper than the old El Paso. But maybe that's why they're all gone, is people already know about this. Does my collection feature a pitch shifter? Yeah. Go and look up glitch shifter, but it's not normal. And I don't think I have a frequency shifter per se. Isn't a frequency shifter FFT based? Because I don't have anything that's FFT based. There may come a time when I do. It's even possible that I will resort, maybe with the help of somebody else. It depends on whether I want to get my hands dirty or not. The purpose of going and making an FFT based would be, can I make the code that does this job into something I can comprehend and use? Much like I did my own version of a biquad filter, in order to have it just straight up doing mathematical functions I could use rather than having everything be busted into a heavily method-oriented, object-oriented pile of mess. I do not like it when things do that. I would prefer to have stuff make a little better sense to me. All of the stuff I've ever seen that's FFT-based is method-oriented, object-oriented, a bunch of different function calls, all of which have about half a line of code each, and I can't make any sense of that stuff. So, for the purposes of making an FFT system, there are two things I could do. One of them is try to parse and make sense of something already out there in basically open source. Tom Irby of SoundHack did this. There's SoundHack code out there, old SoundHack code, that does exactly this. In fact, I think I even have it on my desktop. I might not. Don't mind me, I'm looking for it. Yeah, perhaps not. I know I had it somewhere, though. If I had it once, I can have it again. I can go and find what it was. Tom Irby, SoundHack. And that contained FFT processing code. Oh, well, a frequency, I think that's one of the things that the guy that was modeling symbols was using a frequency shifter, but what he was doing was using it to just generally pitch up the sounds he was producing. Pitch up or down X or Y amount. And this is a perfectly I think it would hurt the tone slightly, but at the same time, nothing wrong with doing it. You could do that. delay line stuff I already do, but delay line stuff is what I'm doing for glitch shifter. Glitch shifter is doing a pitch shift by a fairly approachable method, and it is just, I think I have another variation on that too. Don't mind me scanning through some of these things. Yeah, I've got Pitch Nasty, Glitch Shifter, and Pitch Nasty. Look into those. Those are pitch shifters from Airwindows. And I could do another Pitch Nasty. Pitch Nasty does this. I can show you. And then I'll move on to continuing my work for the day. So here is a vocal. I can use the VST versions of these. Here's a vocal repeating into glitch shifter.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair.
So that's pretty much equal dry wet.
It's a little bit unfair.
Glitch shifter does this. So the tighter it is, the more it's trying to snap between buffers at appropriate spaces. And of course you can feed it back. Major third. So glitch shifter does this, and that's purely with delay buffers. You can make it track tighter by making tight and go sharper, or you can make it much more lenient by making tight and go. And so what that's doing is being way more lenient over a much wider range. With the same major third pitch shifting, but that's why it's called glitch shifter. With much less tightness, it's going to sputter less, grind less, pop less, but it's completely dislocated from the time. And then feedback just exaggerates that. And again, tighten. That's how close it is to locking on at the cost of grinding a little bit. So you can hear kind of the grindiness. And that's also varying the size of the buffer. And then if we go to Pitch Nasty is another thing. Glitch shifter, it kind of randomly cuts. It's cutting based on whether that point of crossover matches seamlessly. So Pitch Nasty, that's a different thing. And I'm not sure why grind goes to like negative.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair.
So you can set grind to negative 36, I guess.
A little bit unfair. Surely it's 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 a little bit unfair.
I think this is basically setting
Surely it's a little
the delay size.
Surely it's a little bit.
Hear how it's popping and snapping a little bit?
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair.
And then we're getting different pitches. This is basically just setting our buffer size.
It's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a
So if we increase grind, it's going to make all the buffer sizes become smaller.
little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little bit unfair. Surely it's a little
And we have feedback that goes into complete sustain. Smaller buffer.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. 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 Surely it's a little
So I would say that's extremely unfair. So there you go. That's all I have to give you today as far as pitch shifters are concerned, but those are both pitch shifters in a way. I could do with an update for Pitch Nasty. There's a thing that you can do when doing that kind of stuff where you're crossfading between different poles of pitch shifting, like multiple delay taps over the same buffer size. That would be a sensible thing to do. That's how they do it without nasty warbling sounds, except for you still get a certain amount of nasty warbling sounds. But if you have multiple delay taps that are all sweeping in whatever direction, and you crossfade aggressively with them, it's much less in terms of literally repitching the thing, but more in terms of being able to have sustained sounds without that warble. Meanwhile, we can get back to my actual work for today. So this is just generating these. It doesn't matter that we're not working with a Bez comp. Like this stuff all says Bez comp here. It's okay that this actually says Bezier because this is not where we manipulate that stuff. This is where we manipulate things like Bez thresh and Bezier ratio. So we scroll down past there And if I'm not mistaken, like all of this stuff is within the Bezier smoothing. So here's that. And then we wrap it like this. And it's going to be slower. We're not trying to do this every sample or even close to it. Oh, where's the fun in that though, Intrets? What you want to do is dig into fundamental frequency detection and then feed in harmonic sounds and drum kits and things into it. Why would you ever not? So here we're applying all of the stuff that's being phased between. Here we are generating a lerp as a temp variable. And here we're generating the output values for these things, like Bezier thresh is what's going to go here. And this should be the run every cycle version. It looks very much like if we're doing this, let's look up here again. K. Ha. Aha. Okay, so here's where I'm finding stuff that looks similar. We need to be doing this, but this. I found it, and it looks like, so plus O golden ratio, power of that to the second power times 1.6. Well, that actually is the same as what we have. Then we have square thresh. That is the same as what we have. Let's look up ratio and see if that's the same also. Well, guess what? I see a variation. Bezres. We're looking for inv dry, not ratio. And we need to have, so how about bez trim? What do I got to do to make this work? Well, let's see. So if thresh A is larger than, so there's the same variable there, but instead we're doing a bool. Also, we don't get to simply define things in there. We can override them, but we don't get to simply define them. If I do bool comp bypass in here, it's not going to exist outside these brackets, these little curly brackets, part of the if statement. So there is a challenge. This is probably harder than the BaziQ one that I also have to do today. I think I'm jumping in the deep end. I think I'm doing the one that's most difficult. Oh well. One thing about it, I'll at least be able to tell if I did it. Either this is going to work, or it's going to gloriously and flamingly not work and blow up, and I'll spend all day working on it. But I've got another 2 hours today. 2, 3, something like that. It's 2 o'clock. 3 hours today to get to the bottom of all this. And at least the threshold thing is the same. BezThresh and SquareThresh are actually what they're supposed to mean. In fact, I feel like maybe I can identify some of this. Let's get back up here. Dynamics stepped elements. I have to define SquareThresh, or I can define SquareThresh. So what if I also got to define some other things too? And it's not going to be stepped. But I need to do a inv_dry. Let's look down here and see whether inv_dry is what I expect it to be. Where am I going to find this inv_dry? That's similar to ratio, isn't it? So if I do a Bezier ratio A equals pow1 minus get parameter rat means ratio, that's the same as inv_dry. 1 minus get parameter param rat. Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe let's skip ahead. We're not going to have, well, no, we can. There's going to be some coding to this to get it to work. It's currently set up to look for this. And we're not going to have that to look for. And in fact, we're probably going to want to change the name to inv_dry. Just so that it's clear what that is. And that involves changing a bunch of crap. So let's just... We'll start with this. We'll step up to here to where this is happening, because this is the same thing that's being replaced. But check it out. Now, well, wait. Okay, so this is in working order. But it's weird. But maybe that's okay. A power factor. And look, we're already doing an absolute value on this. And confusing self. Compress is the same thing as this parameter read. But then we got to look up the parameter read. And here's where we decide. So yeah, that kind of sort of makes sense. And here's the trick. Where am I even getting BezThresh from that? What the hell? Oh no, I'm getting it from up there. So. And then this goes here and replaces this line of code. That's what goes there. And then rather than being get parameter param d, it's literally get parameter rat. And that's going to be the same, except for we can't define bools inside this. We can't do this. So what we have to do, having copied it so I can paste it in, is we will simply assign these from here. Or better yet, assign them from here. See, I'm not sure about all of this. What would happen? Here's our dynamic elements. Here we get to define these. But we don't necessarily, well, no, we do have bez thresh a in here. These really belong outside the smoothing function. This really belongs outside the smoothing function. Decay for real? I probably should look into fooling with Surge Tide better. There are some things about it that were good, although bear in mind the things that Surge Tide excels at are also the things that Density or Dynamics 3 excels at. Namely, not having to do a first order effect on manipulating the gain of the output volume. In other words, it can react, but it's manipulating the speed of the volume change. That's what Surge Tide is about. And the Bezier compressor stuff all does that anyhow. It's just doing it slightly differently, and it's able to act more like a normal compressor. That's weird and interesting. If AI thinks Surge Tide is a giant breakthrough, it's fine with me. A little bit weird, but it does in fact have a thing. And it is a upgrade over Surge, which is actually the name of a synth. My friend Bacon Paul is heavily involved in the synth Surge, which is not the same as the Airwindows compressor Surge. All to the good if the Airwindows compressor Surge kind of drops out of sight because it's a name collision with a synthesizer that's worth your attention. So where were we at? Well, we need to do compress and comp bypass. Tell you what, let's assign these by default and then override them every sample with the end results of this. So all those are being recalculated, technically not in, but after the Bezier section. So now we've got those that we can use. They've been defined outside of end sample frames, so they're not being defined within each buffer. Technically, I could be simply applying them. Don't mind me grinding to a halt. I know that I could simply define these here. The question is, do I want to? And that's a fair question. So if you end this control smoothing engine and we define some of these variables here instead, that arguably might even be a better idea. It depends upon whether you want to define things more closely. Also, is it costly to do the level of indirection involved in running get parameter? Do we want to be avoiding that outside of polling the parameters or whatever? Like bool compress would be doing that like 96,000 times a second, which if that's an inefficient way of doing it, is non-great. Because here's the thing, the way this runs, every single time a new buffer starts, we go through this stuff again. Meaning we can't actually have that be there and then be waiting for the new control smoothing to happen, or it will snap to its default value periodically. I could define all of these in the parameters somewhere so that they're permanently established rather than being defined in here. If I do that, we'll be setting them to their default values up here. And we can mess with this a little bit. Is it EQ4 that I'm using? What am I doing? Is it EQ4? It is EQ4. Move these things back into position. So part of this is all just rearranging it in ways where it makes sense to me and I can deal with it. Hence, spacing this stuff out a little bit. So if we have like these things living within the Bez comp array, it would be Bez comp square thresh. Well, no, that doesn't make any sense because Bez comp is not, what's the name of those damn things? Structs. Bez comp isn't a struct, it's an array, so it doesn't have bool elements. You could do a bool array with only 2 elements, but that would be silly. I could do a square thresh value for that, but what I'm now thinking is that rather than being a stepped element, like BezRes and SlowRes, where we're reading a new one in, but we're only applying it as needed. It's reading this each time. It does make me wonder how awkward it would be to build this in. Like we're reading some of these parameters, but what would happen if we were reading this stuff as well, but only at this rate? Because we're reading this in as a stepped element, but that's not to say that we are even iterating on that every buffer? That's the question. That's the question. So that would imply that I'd be running this stuff that would imply that lots of this, like only this, and maybe that, would run per buffer, and everything else would run in one big giant. Well, here's the thing. So here's where I'm at with this mess. There's two different update speeds going on here. One of them is the DAW-related per buffer update. The other is the plugin-related Bezier smoothing update. And unless both of those have been arrived at, you're not getting any new information coming in. So what's happening here is at the top of all these controls, and I may have a chance of sorting this all out in Console X3 bus and then simply making the other ones clones of it and altering where the console encode and decode code sits. And that might be an acceptable way of getting a result out of all this. In particular, the difference between bus and channel is simply where the encode decode sits. So it might be worth just getting it right for once and all and going from there, with that being the new template. And it would be the bus plugin being the new template, effectively. So recalculating the positions based on the buffer. Each time the DAW starts parsing a new buffer of audio samples, the first thing we get to do is run through the stuff at the top before it starts iterating through the actual samples. And that's where we get our control settings. That's why it does zipper noise in situations where you get zipper noise. And that's where we would be getting at least the Bezier res update. Because if we're not parsing that every sample, then we're doing something wrong. Or every buffer size, rather. So imagine we're doing a bunch of difficult math, all transcendental functions and signs and things. We're doing all manner of stuff. It's like we're doing a bunch of biquad filter calculations for direct form 1, where all of a sudden we're doing like tangents and sines and things, and we're coming up with the real numbers for all of this stuff. And it's going to be costly. And then we run the buffer code on... I am not familiar with that thing, Jazz. No. You're talking to Intrat, but it's fine. Ooh, that was used in Serum. That's an endorsement. Serum sounds good. Yeah, I'm definitely going to want to find some code like that and basically whack it with a stick until it's in a shape I can understand, which arguably might make it be a efficient FFT library as long as I'm not getting things horribly wrong. I like simplifying a lot of that stuff so that it's kind of all written out in longhand, but in theory has less layers of indirection inside it, because I don't like running all of the classes and functions and things just to, oh, you can endorse it if you want. It's all the same to me. But yeah, I'm going to want to dive into something like that and beat it over the head with a stick until it's a different shape that doesn't have as many functions in it and stuff, and then see if I can get that to work. That's what I did with biquad filters, and I'm going to want to do that with FFT at some point. The challenge is I honestly don't understand how FFT even works. I don't have the math. There are people who have the math for these things, and I don't. On the other hand, I've worked with FFT gating and stuff back in the day because SoundHack has FFT stuff all over it. And you can do all kinds of fun things with SoundHack. I was doing SoundHack stuff 20 years ago. It's been around for a long time. But yeah, what I'd be wanting to do is implement it not necessarily efficiently, because like we can use these things whether or not they're implemented efficiently, but in a way that is like straightforward. And I'd probably be leaving out some of the SMD, IMD stuff, but I'd be wanting to do it in such a way where if I wanted to fool around with it in such a way where it's like, this window size is now 27 samples, go, then I'd be able to do it. I know it's all based on macros and shortcuts and SMD, IMD stuff, but I'd like to strip it down into a form where I could do dumb, silly things with it and see whether I can make something fun happen. Because people do this stuff all day long, but they use it to make things like MP3s and such, which I don't think sound nice. And I feel like many times they're building assumptions into their processing. Like supposing you did an FFT encode and decode, but it was inside a layer of console. Imagine that. But nobody's going to do that unless I do. Anywho, we're stuck on this. And hopefully not so stuck that I won't be able to get through to the end of it by the end of the day. It's worth trying. And specifically, I am wondering what would be more efficient? Defining this stuff per buffer and having it maybe update only per buffer. Like square thresh, that's recalculated in Bezier section because that is smoothed. Compress and comp bypass are writing off of other control settings. So here's a thought. Here is a very relevant thought. These are based on control settings. You cannot get a new control setting in outside of the buffer. We're looking at the buffer and then we're processing it. What you see kind of next to my face there says while n in sample frames minus minus is larger than 0. So in theory, I am looking at a scenario where these things are recalculated in the Bezier section. And they're based on this concept. In fact, I can even copy them. So we don't have A per MD. Instead, D is the same thing as imp_dry, making this be compresses param_ret. Compress bias is going to be what Bez thresh ended up being, but it's now a moving target, right? So what's Bez thresh really? Why, it is the output, the smoothed output of this. So it's this. This is the smoothed, persistent output of the Bezier curve. 2 samples in a row of this control motion, and it will be the control motion as being fed into it. It's being fed into it here from this value, which is the same as this up here. And we've got it set up being the same. This is persistent, meaning it is there outside and sample frames. What that means is this is a valid thing to do. Every buffer, we can check this, set comp bypass based on whether this is true or not. And then use it in the audio code. Much like we've got compress being param rat larger than 0.49, that's going to turn compress on or off based on the new control values coming in. And then we're assigning everything to the smoothed controls inside end sample frames, inside the sample buffer loop. And that can update much more slowly. But you know, every time you get a new legitimate param rat coming in, it's going to be in the place that I'm setting bool compress. So that's legitimate to do. That is allowed. So yeah, we can do that. Some of this other stuff I do wonder about. The reason I've got it saying stepped elements, and I'm assigning it outside the sample loop, is because those are already stepped elements. When I say stepped elements, dynamic 3 stepped elements, this is the Bezier function that applies to the compressor, not the controls. So I'm assigning it there because nothing it does can make it be a truly smoothed control input. Nothing it does can make it be a truly smooth control input. It's always going to snap from position to position because it's a stepped Bezier control that's like a multi-position switch. Is it worth recalculating that at the rate that the Bezier smoothing thing updates? Don't rightly know. See, that's what I'm looking at now. Honestly, what I've just done is probably worth me jumping ahead and building it into the other Console X versions. There's more to do after that, but for now, I'm just looking ahead a little bit. I'm looking ahead to see what else I'm going to need to change. Because if I can do this all in one go, that might be better. So let me wrap my head around this bit, okay? I'm going to have a new variable here, and this is going to need to be changed to something. but I've got a stored variable that just happens to be what this originally was called ratio. Now I can change everything so that the internal calculations of the control smoothing refer to a control that's called invdry rather than rat. But what we've currently got is a control called rat. I've just turned it into an invdry control. That's the new things for the new version of Dynamics 3, and we're working with the previous version of Dynamics 3, which did not have a concept for 0.5 being the middle. That's what we've added. I'm calling it invdry because I can. But it's going to be more convenient to have all the smoothed controls referring to a control called rat, much like we're looking for a kparam_rat, because everything else everywhere else expects it to be called rat for ratio. Therefore, when I copy this bit in here, the compressed parameter param_rat and comp bypass is Bezier thresh larger than 4236, which that's also a persistent number, so I get to refer to that outside of where it's being altered. We could also go and find where it says invdry and be prepared to update that as needed. So let's see what we got. We don't have to be able to build it. Or I suppose we can make it be legible, but and what'll it become? Maybe I could literally just use it directly. Let's see. So we're looking for the stuff that became this. I think that's exactly the same as before. So I'm looking for this function, but it'll say param_rat in it. And it's going to become this. And we're going to make it become this. 2 layers of indirection. We're setting the value to the input of the smoothing function. We're generating what we're going to use on the output of the smoothing function. And in fact, I can simply do that. And then when I've pasted this into all the relevant places, and when I've pasted the end result of the Dynamics 3 as we have here, and it'll be using all of the controls that are built into the new version of it, and they'll all work fine because they're all accounted for here. What I can then do, after everything works, is hit this and go edit all in scope. And it will actually say, this will not be grayed out because it will be there. And then I just type in Bezier ratio, and it will start using the control smoothed version of that, and then I can just delete this and move on. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. So my next step is everywhere it says double square thresh recalculated in Bezier section, we start with putting this. Let's go in search of those things. Right. Here we are with this bit. Boom. We're going to use all those. And I suspect pre will act exactly the same, but I'm going to need to have slightly different paste if it's in fact a mono rather than a stereo. I think it's mono, but that's probably pretty straightforward to do. Actually, that's really straightforward to do. All I've got to do is copy over the mono processing from Dynamics 3 Mono, and it will be good. So that's the plan. But this stuff doesn't have stereo controls built into it. So here we go. There's our square thresh. There's the stuff it needs to use. It's showing up in blue, meaning it represented in the H file. And in theory, now we've got that stuff taken care of. And again, our H file didn't need any changes. This stuff, that's all it needs. We didn't need any more. But then the subsidiary stuff is where stuff gets complicated and messy. Ooh, let's also update this. Copy. If it's tedious watching me step through those things, my apologies, but this is what I'm going to do. I'm walking through stuff in a painfully repetitive way. In hopes I can make sense of it. At least that's the goal. The repetitive nature of it helps and is soothing. And yeah, here we are. And there we are. There, that needed updating. Okay, having done that, because that needed updating, back into the breach. It keeps bouncing it up to the top of the screen, but whatever. It's going to be what it's going to be. It's going to give me headaches when it's going to give me headaches. It does make me wonder whether I could shift all of this stuff down into the Bezier calculation section. Really does. However, I feel like some of this stuff needs to be available to the whole program rather than only bits of it. And this should work, so there's that. Let's just start. I guess we're on to the next bit. Here's the Bezier smoothing. These parts don't require any further. It's fairly straightforward looking at this and knowing what it does. That's the upshot of having these things partitioned away in the various places I partitioned them. Hopefully, he says, shaking his head, it will make some kind of sense. And then here's our Bezier EQs. It's going to be interesting sorting through this stuff and seeing what it needs. Definitely going to be some updates there. But here is all of our Dynamics 3 calculations. I'm a little puzzled that we're referring to dry sample. Where are we even getting that? Oh, we're getting it immediately after that, so technically that's not in the right place at all. We've got that in front of the filtering, so that would be wrong. Are we referring to dry sample in here anywhere? This is the control assignments. This is gain trim. So that's already something where dry sample would be broken. But we're not referring to dry sample. There's the EQ, and we're not referring to it there either. Neat. Tell you what, let's assume that we do not use dry sample this way. There's no excuse for that because we're doing things outside of where dry sample would live. And part of that's the gain trim, and part of that's the control smoothing engine, and all of these things are updates to console X3 that weren't present in console X2, and that's why that's different. See, got the trim switch there. Here's the EQ. Originally, Dynamics 3 was right next to that input section. It is no longer. So we're not even using dry sample anymore. Instead, we're simply taking this section entire, from beginning to end, as seen here, and replacing literally all of this. Well, there's your problem. But it could be fixed. Let's go up here. This too will be replaced. It'll work kind of like this. I went too far. Back down. Where'd you go? There you went. So it should compile now. And then I do this. Edit all in scope. Edit all in scope, and we're good. So let's see if it compiles. Aha! Alrighty. That means I missed a trick here. When I did all of my replacing, I needed to have this here. So let's do my methodical working my way through this stuff. That built-in was fine. Quick little change here. Always starts at the top. I wish it wouldn't do that. I'm not able to make it not do that. I guess I'm just that kind of bozo where I don't know how to make it not do that, but all the same, we'll get there. The tiresome repetitive nature of this is helping me keep track of what I'm doing. I know the steps I must take. Here we are with that. And now we got the channel and the pre versions of these. And what we need to put in is literally all of this. And then we'll be good. Everything else has been done. Copy. And then let's do a sequence of these. Bus is done. Scroll down from channel. Far enough. Oh, I went too far. And here's the bit in channel that needs to be replaced with what's in my paste buffer. And it should build with some warnings. What's these warnings, Precious? What's your problem? Oh, that would be why. I'm glad that it told me about those because that was needing to change. Build again, this time no warnings. Ta-da. And same warnings will happen, but we're good. I was slightly out of sequence. Sequence being scroll down all the way. My stomach is roaring like mad. To where we see this, replace this with what is in my paste buffer. It gives us our version with expansion. And this time, before we hit build, oh, okay. We get rid of the dry sample L, but we're going to have problems if we try to build this, and I'll tell you why. Because what I need to do is have in the paste buffer Dynamics 3 mono. That's the only part that needs to change, but boy does it ever. There we are. This time we only have this part. So I don't even need to try to build. I know it's not going to work. And I know that the control operating things are about the same. So what we're going to do is copy this. And this is now the version where it only says input sample L. And pre in audio unit form is my mono version of it. So all the rest of this stuff is exactly the same. But when I go down to here and we look at dynamics, we see that this is the stereo version of it, and we're replacing it with the mono version. But all the rest of these details are unchanged. And there we are. Everything else is exactly the same as before, but it's a little bit smaller because now it is only the mono version of it. Save. Look up to see whether I've got a dry sample. Looks like I don't. Build. And in theory, every plugin that's part of Console X3 now has the version of Dynamics in it that does expansion and also does the very mu compression. In theory, that's what we have. Let us now look at what we're doing with Bezi Q4, which I have instances of here and in my code repository. And in fact, it's ready. It's probably already up on GitHub. I think whenever I have a bunch of these and they're all ready to go. Or possibly, no, I think possibly not. It's sitting here in this code repository, but it's probably not on GitHub yet. So here's what we're trying to make everything into. I'm going to make that a little smaller. Let's see what we have to change. I may have to resort to reaching into the VST version for some of this stuff. Well, howdy, Nuclear Beatmaker. Alrighty, so what are we looking at? Here's our BESIQ. And here's how we do it. HMAL, MAL, LMAL, HMAR, MAR, LMAR, and then the total. And that one just stops the array. That's what the array counts up to. So since you're doing an enum, it's like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it refers to things by these names. But you get to refer to this one as the final. Okay. We need to have it say BESIQ total, but I probably don't need to change anything here. HML and MCL and HM cycle, M cycle, and LM cycle are in fact mono, because we don't run the cycles stereo, and we don't have to keep stereo cycles. We're just running left and right on the same Bezier function. So what we're looking at, this part is correct. And we don't have to care that it says Bez total in the other version because we will never refer to it again. So H file checked. This part is up to speed. Now over to the CPP file. How different is this? Y equals 3, y plus plus, xy. The initiation of the function is the same. We're setting everything to 0 the same way. So that's no different. What do we got here? Might see some changes here. If so, they will be changed for every version of this the same because they're the control settings. However, I'm not sure. I think BESIQ4 isn't using control smoothing the same way. I think BESIQ4 is meant to be like a fixed frequency gain trim, and especially since this doesn't run the control smoothing like the X3 version will. And you know, that's fine. They serve different masters. There are different purposes. So basically, if you want to have your hands on this, but be able to adjust the gains of the amplitudes of things and have it be nicely control smoothed rather than treating it like a mastering EQ where it's like, this is not a synth filter, set it and forget it, run it all the way through your track without moving it. If you want to move it, you have to use it in console X. Because the BESIQ4 version is a version with 8 controls. Simple and accessible. whereas the Console X version has an additional control which everything in the mixer respects, and that's the smoothing control. Smoothing control applies to everything throughout. That was worth comprehending. On to the next bit. Next bit being, I wonder whether I can shuffle these around so that I can see what I'm comparing easier. Like if I went and did this, now I can see what high gain is in both windows at once. Here's X3 bus. And also the refs. These refs for 4 are quite different. All of this stuff is quite different, isn't it? Hey, could I have done const double for these? I bet you I could have done const for these. I didn't even think of it. But that's fine because I'm doing it in Console X. So we'll leave it at a Bezier Q4 simply because I didn't get around to doing that. It does have me wondering though, like maybe it would be good to make those be constants. For now, let's leave them. Let's scooch this down a little bit. So how much do we have to change all of these? Well, we end with LM trim. Ooh, and we're generating cues, aren't we? Could that be a smoothed control? Could the cue be a smooth control rather than a stepped control? It's going to make it be kind of a hybrid, but it already is. Okay, LM DRes, bloody bloody bloody. Trim. Apparently can be a const. Yeah. And I feel like this code that I'm looking at in here, this ended up not being changed at all, except for every time we come across like HMID or whatever, I spaced it out and added times equals high Q, which arguably is a reason for having that be a smoothed control. It's a gain shift, and my other gain shifts are going to be smoothed. Excuse me. I'm going to try not to yawn. I'm going to try not to stomach rumble. I got 2 more hours of stream, during which I'm going to try to think my way through all of this and make it work. Q can be a smoothed control. that has implications. That has some significant implications. So here's where the busy stuff starts. I'm going to make a little space for putting it in. And I could run the queue here, but I could also, I can move those queue parameters into the smoothed ones. I'm of two minds as to whether I should, but I feel like maybe that is what I should. First things first, though. Can I make it in such a way that it will function in build? Is the question. By taking everything in control setup and moving it to here, this being the control setup. Let's try. So if we take that and move it here, we're duplicating some of our things. I'm going to cover it up again so that I can see all of what I'm doing. And yeah, first order of business, these were consts. And those ones can't be. And then we've got parameter names for this stuff. Okay, that'll be the new values for these. Other stuff is handled differently than it was before, but we still got there. This gain stuff goes somewhere else. Possibly this Q stuff goes somewhere else. Without that, ooh, look, LM trim also had a const. So if we make these things be consts, then we're matching what we have here. And it looks the same because it's the same basic process. The dereses are all different, but they're supposed to be. Like that's how the new EQ works compared to the old EQ. So that gets to go away. So now what I'm wondering is whether to make the other two versions be exactly this, or whether to go through and do the stuff in the control smoothing section, which is where I know the gains will live. But what I don't know is whether they are the same values. So we can start by here. I copied that out. Here's our control smoothing engine. Bezier Q3, here's where that lives. So if I paste this in here, we're not actually using that stuff, but this is the math it wants. However, I can see right away we've got some changes. But the changes are consistent, so I can update them each time. It's going to be +2 instead of +3, and it's going to be ×3 rather than ×25 is how that works. So we're going to go through and do that. And that's now what these were about. That leaves me with two things to update, not counting those confounded Q factor adjustments. The Q factor adjustments should have smoothing because they're gain trim shifts that are not specifically part of the Bezier filter snapping from one position to the next. So as long as they gotta swing, as long as they gotta move, and the gain levels, those gain levels are Bezier smoothed. But the gain levels of what's being subtracted are also being trimmed by the Q factor stuff. So it looks like this actually becomes the point when I build in Q factor into the smoothing. And then I can use this as the template for the other ones. So firstly, let's look up what they're going to be. High Q, mid Q, low Q. Just like that. Oh, I spelled it with the GH, didn't I? Let's keep it consistent with what exists in the standalone. I mind you, I'm capitalizing it, but that's because it's a camel case. We'll have these made in a jiffy. And pasting them into the other implementations aren't going to be as consuming. Boop. And then everything's going to be rolled up into Bezier total, so I don't have to actually update the initiations at all. They'll just default to 0. And 0 isn't going to break anything. So I realize what we got to do next. Everybody needs to have the new parameters. If I'm lucky, doing the VST versions of all these won't be quite as cumbersome. This is very much the cumbersome region for getting all of these things updated. We're bringing all manner of new stuff that lives in BASIC Q4 into console, having probably already built in the compression. Probably. So we got that covered. Now we have to do likewise for up here. Similarly, it's going to be just a slog. Let's get this on screen so I can see what I'm doing. Tuck it down there. One, two, three. Excuse me. First, we'll get the literal smooth part of it working. Then we'll go to where it finds the value, and it'll punch its value into these new places so that they can be smoothed. And then we'll really be going. By which I mean then I save and I close this and I go and duplicate this over into every other one of the versions. Because of course I do. Alrighty, so, and it's going to go after here too. In fact, maybe that's a convenient time to do it. Okay. So we do not read a parameter for this. This is where we actually get what's up here. Here. And then we're going to have some fixes around this too, but it's fine. I think we can still reach high mid-ref and treble ref and so on from inside the buffer loop. After all, it's within this, but it should still have the context. And it's a const, and it should be fine. So it goes after here. And we're going to end up making the raw versions of this out of it. But for now, we have a pretty straightforward job of replacement. I'm not going to delete all of that just yet because I have more changes to make. What I'm going to do is do each of these next steps in sequence as accurately as I can, because my P brain is able to follow details as simple as this. But then guess what? I already know what those need to be equal. This is kind of similar to what was going on in the compressor. If I do this, the raw basic code will actually run. Not that I put the raw basic code in there yet, but you know. And I think this is getting to be a time where it's time to copy this stuff over. I have an alternate idea as to how I could go about doing this. Oh, look, it's moving my windows around. How helpful. In that way, that's not really very helpful at all. Double check. I do have the Q. That's good. Alrighty, all this needs to act the same. What are we looking at? Okay. Paste in this from here on down. Oh, look at there, I don't need that space. My stomach demands tacos. Not quite yet time for tacos. Copy. Oh, wait. I missed a trick. Look at that. I should have done this. Copy. And then from that down to the end of stepped elements, including the comment. Boop. Okay, you should be good there. Leave this other stuff alone. Scroll into this engine and include these. And scroll into this engine. And include these. And then the pre-version should be exactly the same as before. Double check that we've got Q values in there. We do. Don't need to worry about instantiating them because they just count up to EQ total. Scrolling down from the top as I apparently always need to do, so oh well. See, we don't need to do that any different. Back up to here where we find the parts that have changed. So this down to stepped elements. I can see that it's a little bit smaller and that the const doubles have staggered base positions, and that's what I want to see. The trick here is to be sure not to copy on the opposite direction by mistake and screw everything up. I do believe, however, I have successfully not copied the opposite direction by mistake. Boop, there we go. Then down here to where our control smoothing engine lives, it needs to have these included. And we got to also do this just after base A. I'll really have earned my tacos by the end of today, I tell you. I'm honestly happy that my stomach is rumbling and growing around, because I've been rather unhappy about the fact that I've been eating so much damn wheat in things like spaghetti and meatballs, and I got a pizza from a local pizza joint recently and stuff like that, and it's like, that's not what my diet's supposed to be. I don't run around eating bread and spaghetti all the time. I try to have it be more along the lines of rice, more along the lines of the chicken dishes that I make in the wok, and I've been super failing to do that recently. So hopefully I'll be able to do better. And here we are. Back to our original thing, which we're supposed to be able to, we probably can build it and have it be fine. Oh, no, apparently not. The unused variables are because we haven't gotten to that yet. Ah, here's what's going on. This is going to be updated each time. We get to reuse this, but we don't get to redefine it. That's going to be true each time. Here you go. Don't even need to bother trying to build it. I already know that's going to be off. And once more, scroll down from the top again. HMD res. We've already defined this for doing the Bezier control smoothing, so we don't need to have it be there. You can be closed, thank you. We're going to be using that. In fact, we're going to be going and recalibrating it. But first, given that this is all ready to go, let's zoom into where this is and see how different it is. Because it's going to be kind of different. Question is, how different? Open recent BeziQ. Here's what we're going to try to make it be. So all this stuff shall be pretty similar. In fact, I believe it's all going to be literally and exactly the same. Let's double check that assumption. This one has HMDRes times 0.082. That one has 0.082. It's stereo, but the rest of it is the same. This is only the left channel, but we've got a right channel. The right channel acts exactly the same. The trim acts exactly the same. Defining H-mid for left and or right is exactly the same. Only difference is everywhere it says high minus equals H-mid, we got to build in H-mid times equals high Q. Except we also need to transform it into the new form of high mid Q, which is within the array that we're generating. Don't mind me, my brain's too fried to do this too quickly, but also I'm reading chat, because chat is always interesting. Oh, loudness war started way before Spotify. I can tell you some of the details around where all that came from. Loudness war was essentially considered to be the end result of a particular Ricky Martin CD and also a particular Red Hot Chili Peppers CD. The Ricky Martin CD was the single Livin' La Vida Loca. That was mixed and produced by Charles Dye. It was an early in-the-box production in the day when that wasn't really a thing very much. And Charles Dye ended up making a entire course for how to mix too loud and stuff called Mix It Like a Record, which came out on DVD, and I have a copy of it. And it came out on the same download service that I used for distributing plugins, Kagi Shareware. Kagi used to be shareware rather than the web search thing that it is now, which is a separate company. Kagi went out of business and owed me hundreds of dollars. Livin' La Vida Loca really changed everything as far as people's CDs and how loud they were expected to be, because it blew the hell out of everybody else. Following that up, and I think it's Charles Dye mixed Livin' La Vida Loca, but I don't know who was mastering it, but that track didn't need mastering to make it louder. It had been mixed that way from the get-go. Full-on Pro Tools digital distortion in the actual mixdown. He just blasted everything. It all clipped. And then, to top it off, the mastering engineer Vlado Miller did a mastering on the Red Hot Chili Peppers album Californication, which sort of put the nail on the coffin as far as Loudness War was concerned. And from that point onwards, everybody working in the digital domain, in particular, from Californication and Livin' La Vida Loca on, were expected to be competitively loud with those two CDs. And those two CDs, boom, were just distorted to crud. That's way before Spotify. So the Loudness War came around about that point. That was the point at which stuff got dumb. So yeah, now you know. To this day, you can go and listen to like Livin' La Vida Loca on YouTube or whatever, and it will be just as loud as it always was. It is very, very severely distorted. It'll sound like a giant mess. It'll sound like the most recently Loudness Word thing that you ever heard, because he really went about as far as you can go. and that's about it, really. So let's see. We just talked about how I have to add h mid times equals high Q. Thing is, we're going to have to do lots of it, and I'll tell you why. Because there's 3 sections now for this to do its thing. Each one uses this kind of math, but this section is slightly different each time. And they're all using p as an internal variable for which instance of the EQ is being done in which place. And this comment shows you where it's in play. Although technically, since this is exactly the same each time, see, this is my very first instance. Yeah. This is my very first instance after the trim switch. Then you get by compressor. Here's my second instance, but all the rest of this is exactly the same. Everything from here on down. And then here's tape-hack. And then here's the third instance. And this part is different each time, but from this point on down to the end bit before this bracket, these are identical each time, because this part's being managed discretely each time. But the basic concept, like see where on the end it says high L times Bezier high. We scroll up, and look, there it is again. And look, there it is again. So if I can get this one to be done perfectly, and then remember to copy and paste it over every place it appears for every plugin being used, it's done and dusted. It's finished. So let's see what we're looking at. And then to do the mono version, it'll be a little more complicated, but not much. Technically, for the mono version, I can paste it and then just strip everything that says right, and then continue pasting it, and we'll be good. So let's see. First, we go up here. And that can actually go away. Do you see what I see? We didn't finish doing this part. You know what? All the rest of that stuff was where I left it. Let's leave that where I left it. But now we have to go through all of these and do this bit. Otherwise, I will have forgotten it, and there's no point in doing that. I wasn't as done as I thought. It was not as done as I thought with the parts I was looking at. And you know, that's fine. High Q, mid Q, low Q. And let's move all of this over and make space so that I can reach everything I need to reach. There, that's not so hard. Hope I don't forget what I was in the middle of doing. Got to skip back. Skip back. Touch myself. Says James Brown, the plugin programmer. And he said jump back. I don't think he says skip back. I think he says jump back. All the old James Brown experts, please tell me whether he said jump back or skip back. Me, I'm doing skip back. There. Now we have high Q, mid Q, and low Q being reconstructed out of the Bezier filter. That means I have to now copy these. Copy. And put them where they must go. See, we're stepping each of them along as they need to go. We're even starting the beginning of the little daisy chain, but we didn't do this yet. And without this, we got nothing. There we are. Daisy chain being passed along. End of daisy chain being fed with the real information. But then we do actually have to generate the value we're going to actually use. And this is how we do. Alrighty. And I think that attends to all the little details there. Now let's get rid of that stuff and go down to where we're going to use it. So here's our first Bezier Q. And here's a little reference of what we're going to stick in here. And if we step through this and get it done perfectly just once, we can copy it over to the two other instances in this plugin, and then the three instances that need to be done in the channel plugin. And then we can go into the pre-plugin, paste it in once, remove all of the right channel stuff, and then go on from there. And in theory, everything will work. Ambitious. And just for the sense of security, we refer to, yes, we do, times equal high Q. Oh, could use a semicolon at the end, couldn't I? Alrighty. L mid times equal mid Q is where that goes. like that. Like that. And then base times equal low Q. L mid, mid Q, good, good. Just before L mid minus equals base. Wait. I'm making a mistake. Do you see the mistake? I just saw the mistake. Do you see the mistake? I don't know where I got that, but it's completely screwed up because we need to be doing this. High Q, mid Q. That'd be an embarrassing silly mistake. It would be not actually smoothed at all. And rather than base Q, it's actually low Q. No, I forgot that, but I did. Alrighty. So times mid Q, yes, yes. High Q both times, cool. Low Q both times. Means we're good. We have one instance of the thing which can then be pasted into all the other instances. In theory, there's that done. So everything outside of this part, which is different each time, can get straight up duplicated. It serves a different role, but it does the same job every single time. Copy. And inside the for loop, thrice. Wild that it's wrapping. No, it's not. No, this has to, it's not a for loop anymore. It's a single, yeah. So we don't do inside the for loop, we do inside this if statement, but it serves the same purpose. Because we produce P from being inside the statement. And then if you do have that positioned in the mid, it assigns it correctly as needed. Cool, cool, cool. Last one's a for loop though. Here we are. Everything inside the for loop, paste. Aha. Then we do the same thing with the channel version. All the other details have been taken care of. So here we are with inside the for loop up at the top. Boop. Dynamics. Inside the if statement, but that is just setting up the variable P for us because we only run this once, but we run it differently depending upon where we're at. And then after the tape hack, we have one more for loop. Warnings, you say? What are your warnings? Oh, I forgot. Let's remember to do this bit. But don't touch the paste bin because you're going to need that. Build succeeded. Lastly, I'm going to try to remember the thing that it needed me to do before. And, Derek May's Innovator. That is a techno producer. Yeah. I think he's in a documentary that I have on Detroit Techno. I believe that's the guy. Yeah, he is very amusing in the documentary. Can't remember the name of the documentary because I have too many programs in my head. Here we are in the pre-version. That goes away. And now we do a little bit of adaptation. We're going to do this and take away every reference of a right channel thing, and then it should just work straight out the gate. Then we're going to copy that and paste it within this one, and that should just work straight out the gate. Paste. And remove every reference to a right channel thing, which is easy to spot because this is the left-only version, so the right channel stuff doesn't show up as blue text. So that bit I have a bit of an objection, but it might not be important. I'm going to think about this and see whether it was important. We get to lose that. And we get to lose that. But then we've got this. So does it do any harm that I'm setting BezEQ Bez M cycle P to 0 twice? I think it does not do any harm. Mind you, I can still remove that. I can go back and tinker with it and remove that. But it's not doing any harm. In fact, it's saving me a bit of trouble because I don't have to be tricky about only deleting these things. I can delete this entire chunk. But all that really has to happen is at the very end of everything, you set BezEQ Bez M cycle P to 0. We don't need to do it twice for left and for right because it doesn't count. It's not caring about left or right. I will do that, but not right now. Still got to get through this part now. L mid R. There's our right channel stuff. And again, you see what I'm talking about. Like, I get to delete all of this, but there's that one section. This is still lit up in blue because we are setting it to 0 twice in a row. And we don't actually need to do that. But I'll fix it later. For now, it makes it easier for me to delete this bit. And we have, in theory, now set this up so that it is the new version of BezEQ, BezEQ 4, but a mono version. And if I copy-paste this exactly the way that I was doing before, we'll quickly get to the end of this section of the work. And let's see, so copy that first of all. We skip past dynamics 3. Go in here and paste this after where we define into P, because it's only going to be, it's not a loop anymore. Then here's tapehack. And now this is a loop again. And now I should be able to build it without even a complaint. So yay. Having done that, I can now go and do the little detail that showed up previously. And I'll step backwards each way. Where whenever we're doing this, let's walk backwards every step of the way. So here's our high-low, here's basic Q freq. And here's where we are. See, is there a base cycle in there? No. And in this section, we only need to do that once. For clarity, I'm going to have those in stacks like that, and then have cycle as its own little statement. Normally, I run those statements together all the time, but that was just disconcerting enough that I'm going to fix it. Apart from that, it looks legit. M cycle. H M cycle. So we're going to do that 6 times and then another. Actually, no, we don't need to do it any more times. We do that 6 times and we're done. Here's tapehack. LM cycle. M cycle. HM cycle with me forgetting to remove a space. Once more, after the compression, or technically I'm moving it towards before the compression, LM cycle, M cycle, HM cycle. This is the way I make sense of this kind of stuff, is to have it so it's doing a series of operations. Maybe I'm scrunching them together on their own line because it's all basically doing the same damn thing. Like the D equals C, C equals B, B equals A times something is its own line. But they could all be running on the same line. And then set A to 0 is, and that's a fascinating little twist in itself, but whatever. All of these things are kind of arranged for me for the purpose of me being able to understand them. So that it's like, here's a chunk with L's. Here's a chunk with R's, and then ideally I have this thing which applies to literally all of them and only has to increment once. on the very end as its own statement, just so that there's that visual similarity between the things. And that's how I think about code. Other people make 1,000 functions in other files and expect to be able to remember what each of them did. Or they just think they're coming up with really good descriptive names for the functions in order to do, this is the stack of making each of these daisy chain back to this slightly unusual characteristic here. And then you blank it out and you make a special function for each of those different things and then go from there. But yeah, we got that part done. Save, build. Build succeeded, so that's a good sign. And now I go and do that one more time, because we're doing that following things methodically, not melodically. I suppose I could follow them melodically if I was doing my talk through stuff and singing it for you. We can sing this. I'm not exactly that guy on the internet who was part of the band The Darkness, who starts his videos by taking a guitar and then playing and singing along his intro riff. Why don't I remember his name? I don't remember his name because I'm in the middle of doing this and it's exhausting. So, sorry, I love you, whoever you are, forgive me. Here we have LM cycle. And this is the first we're going to see that bit because low pass, high pass runs after everything. Boop. And delete that. M cycle. HM cycle. I don't think so. Justin, that's the man. Justin Hawkins, the great Justin Hawkins. Love that guy. He's awesome. I love his positive spirit, and it's fun seeing him take on various different kinds of things. Let's see. Here is, which one was this? Okay. So I just finished doing Bezier Q3, the final. Then I do the second to most one after the tape-back section. Here we go. Boop. Justin Hawkins rides again. Except for he has a higher voice. I can only do it in basso profundo. Justin Hawkins rides again. Again. And then high version. I suppose I could do that riff of his if I played it on the bass and practiced more in a little bit. Here's dynamics. If we step through dynamics, we get to where we have this again. And if I can click properly, I can actually do any of this. Yay. Boom, got there. LM cycle, M cycle, HM cycle, and was that the final one? If so, we're at the top of the file where the gain trim lives and where, see, I'm not entirely sure whether I'm going to want to have the gain trim there, or whether maybe what I'd like to do is have the gain trim in front of the saturation. But that's something to worry about, or not worry about, just deal with later. Build. Succeeded. Alrighty, so guess where we're at? We're at me taking a brief break and defrosting cheese for my tacos. But when I get back, I should be able to copy these over into the components folder, and then we play with them a bit and see what kinds of wild, crazy things we can make them do. Because this is the new Console X3 with the new dynamics and all of the things. And then also you get to gain stage or circuit stage EQ either in front of everything, after everything, or combined all through everything. So we're going to have some fun probably with one of my bass guitar recordings. And, which tracks did I do yesterday? Not yesterday, Tuesday. Remind me, help me. Was it astronomical units? Dragons. Dragons, that's the one. All right, and it's not going to take me that long, but got a preference? Pretty stuff, the techno stuff. Oh, holy shit, I have them in sequence. I wonder if it will drag and drop them. Relevant. That's the playing sequence. We can't but find out. We're not going to play all the way through this, but if this drops them in order... it did not. Like, that's album order. Ooh, but we got very close. Look at that. Ice, stone, chrome, water, earth. Oh, but no. Almost, but not quite. I know for a fact I ended on Water Dragon. Oh, how bad did I swear? I didn't notice. That's an undo. We want that. And move to start. Paste. There we are. I did not notice that I cursed. I'm a terrible curse man. Yeah, so what kind of got that in sequence? I think that's the sequence. Honestly, if I go about... Firstly, I wouldn't mind coming up with a way of getting this stuff onto my computer so that I could remix it in Console X3 and see whether I can do great things with it. But for now, this is the original analog mix. And have you a preference? Name a dragon, we'll start from there. And then I'll go and thaw off my stuff and hit the facilities. Oh, I've made it so that you can't see it. Okay, name a dragon and we'll start from there. First name gets it. Guy's name. What am I supposed to do with that? None of them are guy's name dragon. Wait, I'll recite the names. Fire, rain, air, bone. Yeah, the question was, which of these do you want me to start with? It's probably going to go for like one song. Fire, rain, air, bone, wood, ice, stone, chrome, water, or earth. Fire. Got there. And I will show the effect stack. So there's something you can see. And off we go. I'll be back in a moment. Alrighty. I'll work on getting that out. I feel like, in my copious free time, obviously, I could see that showing up on Bandcamp. After all the efforts I've made trying to get the one that came out on literal CDs to be right, it blows my mind that I had that sitting there the entire time. And here we are. If I do that, I'm definitely going to have to give a free copy to anybody who got the version of Dragons that came out where it was just the CD version put through one of my plugins. I feel badly about having done that now, but I did the best I could. Anyways, we maybe don't want to be doing this. What happened? Ooh. Settings seem unusual. What the heck is this about? Let's see if we have like default settings that are not too crazy. Oh yeah, no, that's messed up. What's going on? What are we even trying to do with this? Wow. No wonder it was freaking out. Alrighty, and do we have pre? If so, what's its default settings? Cool. That looks, I don't know what was going on previously. Something's weird there. But, and also, I don't think ratio is supposed to be there. Hang on. Okay, I can just look at this and know that some bits of it aren't right. We got a little more fixing to do, but we're fairly close to being able to make it work. In particular, if, well, no, wait, no, that's still not going to work, is it? What's input? That's my gain trim. So maybe input is appropriate. It does actually sit at the position of the input. Let's get out of here. And where I have copied these over, they're actually not correctly done yet. So final tweaks. They're going to be living in the H file up at the top. So my default for ratio, if ratio is 0, that actually makes it be maximum expansion, which is never going to be correct. And we also need to make a new name for it. We can have it default to 0.5. So let's go back to dynamics. Attack and release are supposed to be this. And if threshold is 1, it's bypassed. And if it's going to be bypassed and it's going to be a compressor, I could simply have it labeled infwet or whatever it is I'm calling it. I guess it's infwet. Well, yeah, it's going to be because that's what it's labeled. This is Dynamics 3 mono. Unless Dynamics 3 itself gives it a different name. But regardless, if it's set to 1, it's a compressor unless otherwise determined. And seeing as that's probably the most common use case, and threshold bypasses it, I think we're good. Trim, yes, that's correct. This seems also correct. The Q factor for this is an interesting case that I haven't really done much with, honestly. And then this is the speed. Tape hack, low pass, high pass, pan, and fader. Inverse compression is expansion. We'll just call it that. Alrighty. So let's just take this little chunk of settings and apply it everywhere it goes. Drag this sucker over here and then also replace it here. He said how to fumble it. It's a finder operation. There we go. How did I fumble it? That's crazy. Channel build. Here's the stuff I got to override. There's the bit which I call invet because it uses a expander now. Well, technically that is what you're doing with it. It is a dry-wet control. It just happens to do double duty as a ratio. Goes to desktop. And then goes to components folder without fumbling it, hopefully. And final last minute fixes of this. Boop. And invet. I think what it's going to do is it will say input trim. It's just faking me out a little bit because it says input, but it's not at the top of the controls. And to put it at the top of the controls would mean rearranging everything, which may yet be a thing I do. But for today, we've only got 40 minutes left to stream, and I want to make some noises with this rather than just talking about it or grinding my way through it. Let's see. Build succeeded. Option drag to desktop so that this is the one I can put out as a plugin. Probably only when the GUI version is ready to go, but that's going to be a whole other pile of work. Copy to components folder so we can hear it before the end of stream. Next job will be doing the VST versions, and I don't know to what extent tomorrow is going to be a really heavy work day as a non-stream day. I might decide to just do all of the VST versions, including these console versions, in the hope that making VSTs of console plugins is still fairly straightforward. I'll work from a template. They'll all be based on a stereo build because the VSTs are based on stereo builds, and it'll just go from there. In theory, that won't be too overwhelming. Mind you, I've got the VSTs of these ones to do as well, so maybe what I should do is just the one that I put out this coming weekend, and I can catch up with the rest of these as sees fit, which implies maybe it's time for you to ask which one you want to see that isn't Console X3 this coming weekend. I do have other stuff queued up, mind you, but Bezier Q4, Dynamics 3, or DRes 4, which is not in console. Let me know, those of you who are here. Because what am I if not able to produce goodies for stream people? Now let's see where we stand. Console X3. And they're set completely wrong. So why was it freaking out before? Well, the threshold is engaged. I think InvWet might have been cranked. Smooth is all the way down. More is kind of cranked. Whatever. If we hit default, it's supposed to be centered. If we save it like this, we've saved it as presumably centered. Now we find out whether it blows up and goes crazy or whether it actually works. Okay, still a few bugs in the system. It blows up and goes crazy. Which of these blow up and go crazy? Pre is very loud. So why is it so damn loud? So I'm obviously not done. Not even close to done. I should be able to deal with this. No. Okay, so why are we 18 dB up? That's the channel one. Here's the pre one. Why are we 18 dB up? Is it because fader is not what it's supposed to be? More is turned all the way down. Okay, so here's pre. If we kill fader, what do we get? Okay. Fader works. But our input is really hot. So you may like this, but it's not supposed to be doing it. Okay, that's a really hot input. It's going to cycle around. Okay, that works. That's compression, that's flat, that's expansion. Low pass H pass Q doesn't seem to be doing anything. Yep, that still works as a saturation. We got way too much gain in here somehow. I mean, fat sounding enough. Not going to argue that. That said, everything's all messed up somehow, and I need to find why. If I do, it should fix it correctly for each one. So first let's stop, go to default, bury fader, and then start. Okay, input is happening before anything else. Could it be getting set to some crazy thing? Input trim clearly works. Only trouble is we're not able to control this in any way. So we're going to work directly on X3 pre because everything else is following exactly the same rules. You can set that to default, set fader to silence, turn on channel. That's exactly the same behavior except for it's going into the encode stage. So we can work on just pre. If we fix this in pre, we fix it everywhere, including bus. Let's do a little check on bus. Firstly, killing its fader. I'm prepared to believe all of these are working properly except for my gain staging is completely out of control somehow. And I'd like to find out why. I would like to know how, because everything seems to be operating but my trim is wildly out of control. We're going to focus on pre. Because if I can fix it on pre, I can fix it on everything else. And granted, this is still a thing where I could totally kludge it by just overriding the gain trim, but I want to find out where that comes from. Trim defaults to 1, and it goes from 0 to like 5. Same as literally all these other ones, so 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. So LHQ is defaulting to 16, and EQ is defaulting to a mid. More, that doesn't do anything. Fader at 0.5 should be balancing out at roughly equal volumes for everything. So let's see what we've got. And this is also a purely mono version of everything. So what's our code doing with us here that's causing this to happen? Bezier trim, gain trim. Okay, so gain trim equals 0.5, break 2, 4, or 8. This is, of course, shift enough bits gain. I don't know why I'm fussing. I swore earlier, but you know me. I don't think it should be freaking out over the EQs. The EQs don't have distortion built into them. So let's see. Gain trim. It did alter, but we have so much overdrive going in. Why is it doing this? Maybe if I do a edit all in scope, let's scan through and see where else there's this little highlight. What could be perhaps overloading it or adjusting it? Here's the control smoothing engine, the cues. More is get param more times 3 plus 1, so that's going to be 1 or more, and if it's at 1 it bypasses. So far so good. Oh, high, interesting. Gain is fader times 2. I mean, we could be doing this times equals 0.76. That's some kind of trim. Okay. If gain trim is not 1, input sample times equals gain trim. So, like, technically, we're not doing that. Why are we getting so much overdrive into this early on? I mean, it's cool sounding and all, but still a bit of a problem. If not bypass, begin. There's a gain trim. Are we doing gain trims in several places? Like here it is, it's highlighted. We're in mono, so we're only dealing with left channel stuff. I don't see this stuff doing anything. Fiddling with gain, even if we don't apply this correction, that should be giving me unity gain going through, but it's not acting like we're getting unity gain. We've got massive distortion. Even if it's nice sounding distortion, it's still massive distortion. And that gain trim should be 1 if we're not doing anything with it. Could it be that my Bezier filters are doing more than I think? Here's the tape hack. This is the only part that's different. That we're running this particular Bezier filter in each of these contexts, and we keep running it over and over with the different setting for P. And then, of course, we do have low pass and high pass, but they're supposed to be switched off. And then there's our Bezier smoothed output fader. Okay. We're going to lose those because they're clearly not right. So what are we looking at here? Remembering, of course, that I need to not be applying the fader control as an input gain, because we need to be able to saturate stuff if needed. Let's jump back into this. remembering, of course, to convert to stereo. There's our default sound. And then if we go to recent effects isn't going to work. Oh, are we functioning properly or are we giving problems? It wants me to look it up this way. Fine. X3 pre. Default snaps input and fader up all the way. If we just run it like this, yeah, that is a huge amount of gain. What can I do with this? Interesting. Didn't see that coming. Look at this. EQ position is making a big effect to this. Okay, I think I know what happened. Look at that. We've got the input gain, we've got the EQ position, but the EQ position is acting like input gain backwards. Check this out. Super saturated, as if we were doing this, but then I'm not going to call that clean, but we're not saturating as much. Something weird's happening there. That at least is working. So that's fun. But this EQ position business, this is not doing what I expected at all. Okay, there's another thing to be inferred from this, and it's going to apply for literally everything. When we run input, this is a gain trim. When we do EQ position, we are sitting the all the EQs either early or late, or all of the above. If we do all the above, everything is just loud. If we do everything super early, we're running 3 stages of the EQ before saturation. And the saturation's giving us a consistent loudness. In fact, if we put the EQ all the way in the front, fader still does something. If we put EQ position to 2, we have 1 level of EQ. We have 2 in the very front, and then 1 between compression, which we're not using. Technically, we can use compression if we want. That's what the gain trim is supposed to be able to do. But then if we put this here, we've got a level of EQ between compression and saturation. Then if we put this in the middle, we've got 1 before compression, 1 before saturation, 1 after saturation. Check out what happens when it starts again. suddenly much louder. If we put it to position 4, we've got 2 stages after saturation, which we hear the saturation engaging. Honestly, we shouldn't, but we are. And that's much louder. But we're still hearing a degree of saturation in there. Wild to me that it's got some kind of saturation in here even though it's the pre-version. I don't know what's happening there. And lastly, if we set a Q position to 4, this is all the stages of EQ after all the saturation functions. What this tells me is that my EQ is somehow wildly boosting everything. And I do not know why, but if we compare it to the standalone EQ, here's a VST version of it. This ain't doing anything crazy. Yeah. So that's the EQ. So why is it boosting so hard when it lives in console? Let's have another look. I'm assuming that all of my controls go from 0 to 1. That looks about right. But what with the way the gain staging is working, there is no question that this super hyper boost is coming out of running multiple instances. Technically, we're running 3 in various places. Every single stage of BezEQ here is applying a massive boost, and it's not in the standalone plugin. And I have the standalone plugin right here to look at. So why is this different? High gain appears to be all the same. Gain trim seems to be normal. These are still what they were. Whoa, up. Okay, that 0.25 is part of MDRes, and there it is right there, so that's not any different. High Q is proving to be the same. A lot of this other stuff looks to be basically what it's supposed to be. LM trim 1 minus, but okay, that's correct. So this part's different. This part's weird. What's up with this? Pow get param A plus 0.5. We're not doing that here. We're doing that here. Plus 0.5 to the power of 3. Oh, hi. Hang on. Well, that would help as far as having it be very different, wouldn't you say? This isn't the same text. It's a plus 2. Why am I missing that? Also, why is it not the same for each one? Well, first things first. Let's see if we can make it match this. I don't know why it didn't. I was talking hours ago about how it's so important to not copy the thing the wrong direction. What do we got now? That should apply to everything. Also, do we have any gain staging in here that I should know about? That stuff is just on the end of things. I don't see any gain staging anywhere that I should know about. We made that one change. Let's see if it does anything. Honestly, I'm a little surprised if I forgot to do that for literally every single one of the plugins, but we can but try. This sound was a giant mess when I previously did it on this exact thing. We've got fader all the way down. We still have overwhelming input gain. That's working as it should. Fader shouldn't be doing this. This is very mysterious. Yeah, see that? And you can say, wow, that sounds really cool, but it doesn't change the fact that it's utterly and completely broken. And I don't know why. Like it's acting like it's still overwhelmingly distorting. It's still acting like it's saturating. Like I'm not supposed to be saturating with this. This is completely and absolutely wild. Okay, compression not engaged. Input trim is absolutely engaged. Also, more is acting like it's in circuit. Why is this acting like that? That's a lot of saturation. Oh, hang on. So there was that one thing, but there was also observing that EQ position is also acting like a surrogate for the input trim, but inverted. You can do this, you can do this. That's supposed to just put all of those in the very beginning. and we're still 100% hyper-saturating for no good reason. Frustrating. You know, we might not be very near to finishing this. Might be a thing for next week. We'll debug this stuff next week, because this needs work. But this is the time to do it, though. So here's our gain trims. 0.5 is supposed to be equal. That's probably okay. I mean, right on. So here's all the control assignments. Maybe if the entire control smoothing engine is busted, I mean, that'd be kind of weird, but so let's see what we have here. There's a quick thing that I can do that will disable the entire engine and have it just snap to raw input levels. And it's this. And then some commenting. Because if this is screwing up, if the algorithm here is wrong, then all the controls are also wrong. And I should be able to make it work simply by directly assigning all of this stuff. Everything gets directly assigned to this. If, and I'm still puzzled over the positioning thing. So there's gain trim. Some of this stuff we're just drawing parameters directly. EQP stands for EQ position. That much seems legit. I don't know why it would be changing anything else. Let's try the thing. Let's, before doing anything else, try the thing. If it suddenly works, that means what's wrong with it is the entire system for control smoothing is not actually functioning and is giving me wrong numbers. It's supposed to be acting better than that. So if this works, I should have a very quiet sound now. Sounds like that's a very quiet sound. I can't hear a damn thing. Nor should I with the fader at 0.001. Okay. Now what happens when I move EQ position around? Okay. Gain trim. Well, but that's with more not engaged. If we do have that engaged, we're saturating. If we overdrive a lot, we're saturating a lot. Is the fader operating normally? So there's our answer. We've got the math for the Bezier thing screwed up somehow. I'm going to be looking into that. For now, however, we can do a little bit of derping around. In fact, we can safely hit default. And running through the channel kind of pads it a tiny little bit. Not in a very serious way. It's making a pop. That's weird. So what we can do, we can add EQ. We can add compression. Or expansion. Take that back out. Okay, that buzz is not great, but we'll let it cycle through again. We'll voice it like this. So now we're doing some expansion. And we're doing a little bit of overdrive when we do this. Then when we move EQ position, this is everything in front of the, which we're sucking high mids out. And we're boosting low mids, and that's in front of everything, including the expansion. Actually, heck with expansion. Let's do compression. Then if we have the EQ throughout, some of our boosting is happening after the compression. Or we can have all the EQ after everything. Okay, never mind that. Let's do expansion instead. So now we've got expansion and we're doctoring the frequencies as follows. If we put a big low mids boost on in front of the expansion, then sounds pop out like that. If the EQ is after the expansion, then the expansion is no longer queuing off of that boost. We can also take the saturation out while we're at it. So now, EQ entirely after expansion, EQ entirely in front of expansion. Let's hype it up a little bit. so we can hear what it's doing. We'll let it start playing again. Here we go. Slower attack on that expansion. Oh, and I remembered, increasing release boosts the amount of expansion. So we can do this. Again, EQ in front of expansion, EQ after expansion. It's voicing it. We can also apply the filters here. So here we are boosting into, here, let's give it a little saturation so we can make it behave. Tape hack is engaged now. Boosting into expansion, boosting after expansion. Yeah, well, I mean, you're hearing it as bleed over the microphone. I'm having a little trouble hearing it myself, although I'm doing my best. At least we figured out that the control smoothing was what was screwing everything up. I'm going to have to figure out what's wrong with that math, because it's the same math for everything, so I just straight up bypassed it, and then it was behaving as expected. So whatever that algorithm is, it all needs to be dialed back. Let's fire up another noise before I go. It's 5 minutes past taco time. But, I mean, eventually we finally got there. Kind of sort of got there. I'll solve the rest of that in another time. Default. So a little saturation. A little compression. Inverse. Drive into the saturation, because the input trim goes, it has to move up to above the compressor, but all the same, that's how the input trim works. Here's how the post saturation works. And now we play with the EQs a bit. Now we move that around relative to the distortion and compression. EQ position. In front of everything. After everything. Actually, I'm speculating on whether it's doing me that much good. Maybe I just want the middle position. Okay, so massive high frequency boost. Let's let it go. So if we go this hard, maybe this will sound different at different positions. Crazy high boost after everything. Crazy high boost in front of everything. Crazy high boost between everything. Okay, more EQ position. This is EQ in front of compressor and saturation. This is EQ through everything. This is EQ only after. I'm kind of warming to the idea of just straight up having it be in each three places and losing the rest of the complication. It'll involve a bunch of hacking, but I already have to do that in order to fix the smoothing. Smoothing is totally busted. So let's do a little drive into heavy compression. So if we're getting wacky like this, we've got some overdrive. We've now got the EQ position in the middle. If we compare that to the other options that are maybe no longer necessary, this is in front of everything. This is after everything. Completely maxed out. Okay. So what we've got now is an exaggerated input into the compressor / distortion. The distortion's here. So we're getting a crazy sound relative to this ordinary sound. You get to do this, and we've got these to do crazy things with, but this is all of that EQ in front of all the processing. This is after. After's a bit thin. Okay, honestly, I have a feeling what with all of the effort that I went to distributing this EQ throughout and getting a control for, shall we put it in front of everything, shall we put it behind everything, I feel like maybe having it distributed is going to be the best call. Let's play with it a little bit more, and then I'm going to go and have some tacos. Front, after, middle. Yeah, because the thing is, if you're tailoring it around a sound, like you said, bass boost, so we do bass boost. That's nice and beefy. We wanted bass boost, we got bass boost. If we were fooling with the positions, we could go into the compression and you hear it kind of rumbling, or if we go after the compression, you hear it sort of boosting, but it's not doing anything going into the compression. We can make the compression sit more with the lows, or we can make the compression happen only after the lows. But what you normally don't get to do is have an instance of it all throughout everything. That's this setting. And I feel like maybe this is the best overall balance for getting the sounds to do useful things. Let's play with that bass track one more time. If I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Where is it? Here it is. I lost it. Is it under R? Yeah. I lost it, but I found it. And pre is actually a mono effect. So I can just straight up open it on a mono channel and it's fine. All right, back to default. EQ position stays in the middle this time. Let's not get freaky with it because it wasn't honestly doing anything that interesting. We'll get a little tape saturation there just to confine it. Pull the volume back. Compression gives us this particular warble. That's wild. bounce over to the expansion, yeah, it's controllable. We can always push it into the pseudo tape a little harder if it feels like it's pulling back. And yeah, attempt to add a punchy bass. Raw, cooked. Knowing that we have the expansion in there. Dry, cooked. And then we can push as hard as we want. There is a little hint of the BZQ flavor in there. There we go. Dry. Now I've got a bunch of stuff going on in here. We're expanding into saturation, we're EQing. And honestly, the real secret to it is that it is EQing in front of, between, and after the compression saturation. And I think that's going to be the magic touch. It lets you voice it the way it needs to be voiced. And the fact that I could make it go all in front or all after is not as good as doing a little bit of it every step of the way. Seems to just work. let's play with this Q a little bit. Because you can make it a lot steeper. Or brighter. And we've got a little control for that. So if you're low passing it that low, here's what LPHPQ does. It can be pretty laid back up to fairly extensive. And then we can make the high pass also alter the way it hits things. Or leave it off, bypass it like this. Okay, so at the moment we do not have the gains for the smoothed controls working properly. But granted that we can optimize out the use of EQ position by just leaving it off and having it be defaulting to setting 2. Seems to do the best job. Then it voices this stuff pretty much just the way that you'd want to, like. Yeah, it just kind of does what you want. This time compressed. That input needs to move up higher. Right on. Okay. I could wish I had gotten farther with this. Honestly, I do wish I had gotten farther with this. I got as far as I could. It was very slow progress, but at least we did figure out that there is something wrong with the smoothing algorithm that is causing its returned values, rather than being a smoothed version of the value coming in, it's some wildly different thing. And so that needs to be trimmed. It's possible that literally everything is like exactly 2 times what it's supposed to be. I'm not entirely sure. But a bit of experimentation should result in the end of that. And also, I think it's quite interesting that I did all this experimentation for the purposes of setting in a EQ position control. And the EQ position control is Honestly, I might be able to find something to use with the concept with a amp simulator, because that might be a thing where I can have different EQs in different places, and then it'll be voicing an amp model better than you otherwise would. But for this, I feel kind of like the best sound I can get out of it is setting 2. And setting 2 is the setting where it is a kind of like with pointy guitar or whatever. It is a distributed equalization where whatever it's doing, it applies some of it in front of the compression, and it applies some of it between the compression and the saturation, and then applies some of it after the saturation, and the combination of those things gives a sound that responds nicely. And I have enough of a positive feeling about how it's responding that way that it feels like anything else it does is kind of a waste. Like, that setting did not exist on any previous version of Console X. It was always, here's the EQ and it sits here and does this. I never had it so that it was like, here's 3 poles of the EQ and they're scattered throughout the circuit. In fact, you can't even really do that very easily with analog circuitry, because you'd have to run 3 entire separate EQs. In this, you're doing 3 poles of it anyhow, so it's like you can put them wherever you want. Seems to work. So, yeah, I think progress has been made. I'm looking forward to exploring this a lot more, but one of the things I'm ironically kind of pleased is that idea of the EQ position didn't work. And the reason is I was expecting like signs and wonders and amazing different things to be done with it. Like, we're going to suck out the low mids before it compresses and then we'll boost something else. But it turns out that just applying it in that distributed fashion does a way better job of anything I was trying to do with it. If you are trying to take something and it's got some compression or expansion and it's got some tape effect and all that kind of stuff, you're doing all of those things. And then you're also fooling with the EQ, like, for instance, pulling back low mids to make it work properly. It really feels like pulling back low mids in each of those 3 places just makes it generally better. So I think that's what it's going to end up becoming. I think it's going to not have that control, but it will have that middle setting that didn't exist anywhere before. And I'll figure out what to do about the control smoothing thing. Honestly, it weirds me out a little bit. I thought I had a working, I better go and check. I thought I had a working version of Purist Console 4 using that. What I should do is go and look at it and see what that's actually doing, because maybe I've overlooked something. And it's designed to be a little bit different. Or maybe it's just what it does there is effectively fine. But if it turns out that that is not correct, then I'm going to have to go and debug that one as well. But yeah, progress getting made. And we finally got to hear it at the end of stream. So on that note, I'm going to put out the version of probably BezEQ or whatever that doesn't have that in there. Either that or the dynamics. But I'll put out whichever one, either of them, does not have the control smoothing. And then I'm going to go and look into how the control smoothing is working for everything where I have attempted it. And we're going to debug it, and I'm going to see whether I can make it work. But until then, it's like half an hour past taco time. I'm going to go and have dinner, and I'll put something out this weekend, and I'll talk to you next week. We'll jump right back in, and we'll see if we can't do an amazing Console X3 with all of the trimmings. Bye-bye.